Alrighty, here we are. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. My pop filter is in the way. Give me a second. I need to figure out how to position this better. Probably should mute the microphone. Alrighty, hopefully that's better. Hello, can you hear me? Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome, or welcome back everybody, to a bit more of Final Fantasy V Forge of Fiesta, where I forgot the timer. Also, I did forget to roll the next job, because, well, last time I had to end upstream early, because my second monitor decided to just die. Initially, it just kind of went, like, straight white, like very quickly, and when I turned it off and on again, it was just rather extreme flickering on it afterwards, so I'm pretty sure that's a lost cause at this point. Anyways, welcome everybody, hope you're doing well today. Welcome to you, Luigi Martini over at YouTube, hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to you as well, non-offensive username, Vilocar, Richter Shade, Trash Can, Riot Power, Red Killer Wizard, 90, and probably Mirthus. As usual, recently when I start the chat or pop out the chat after like 2 minutes, Twitch informs me that I need to reload the chat, so I don't know what happened before then. Anyways, welcome everybody, hope you have a good day today. So I did roll the job, and our next job from the Fire Crystal, actually let's just hop into the game and start a timer before I forget about it. At least I remembered to, you know, save the time. Alrighty, our next job, because this is a Meteor run, any job is possible to be rolled from everything, but it just happens to be our good old favorite, a White Mage. And White Mage is very nice because it is going to give us a relatively easy way to deal with a lot of enemies in the future. Now the thing is, Mystic Knight and White Mage does not necessarily combine too well, I will say. Mostly because White Mage cannot use the Mystic Knight's sword enchant abilities because they can't equip weapons that can be enchanted to begin with. And while equipping Magic Sword on a White Mage anyways does transfer a good chunk of strength over to the White Mage, We just don't have a good weapon for the White Mage to contribute meaningfully, I would argue. So one of our characters is gonna be a White Mage for a while, or two. If I basically, it's going to be mostly for ability point grinding if I have more than one at a time, but I think my personal favorite in terms of White Mage looks is Galuf. I just think his sprite for the White Mage just looks the best of all the bunch. And again, I could put Spellblade onto Galuf here to give him the, well, a portion of the Mystic Knight's strength, so the White Mage will actually have a lot more strength. But I don't really plan on attacking with it anyway, so let's give it Magic Shell. This Magic Shell is the passive that Mystic Knights innately have. When they drop below 1/8 of their HP remaining from an enemy attack specifically, you cannot trigger yourself, we get a shell status, which would be very good for survivability. We do, well, I guess we can equip the healing stuff. Again, I don't plan on attacking with the White Mage anyway, so it's probably fine. Alrighty, let's go ahead and buy some spells, shall we? Because we have a White Mage, we can use all White Magic spells. Previously we bought just the White Magic spells that our Mystic Knight was going to be able to use. Alrighty. Then I think that's everything here for now. We could also turn multiple characters into White Mages technically, because in the Forge of Fiesta, we need to have at least one of the top classes represented of any of the characters that we have unlocked already. Since we cannot unlock Mime until very late into the game, we need to have at least one White Mage and one Mystic Knight in the party. The other two characters I can freely choose whether they are supposed to be also White Mages or also Mystic Knights in this scenario. And Mystic Knights just make the most sense for combat prowess, I suppose. So how close are we to leveling up? 600 experience. Would take a few encounters. But I'm also thinking maybe attacking Byblos this early might be a bit ambitious, but we'll see. I guess we need to get past Ifrit before that. Did we pick up Ezuna? No, I didn't, did I? It's a bit of a shame. Because this is like the one scenario where I think Ezuna could be helpful, because it removes negative status effects from your allies. But I didn't pick it up in the exploding castle because my second monitor exploded instead. And then the castle exploded. Anyways, enemies in here are for the most part not really worth fighting the Super Nintendo or Game Boy Advance version. Mostly because the only experience and money you get from these enemies is specifically from the very last enemy in a sequence. All the page encounters here are literally like a sequence of pages. Page 32, 64, 128, 256. Each one of them has their own things going for them. Page 64 in particular, you want to have your characters be not a level divisible by 5, otherwise you get level 5 doomed and instantly killed. But yeah, because you only get experience and money from the very last enemy in a sequence, it can possibly be that you get into a long sequence of page encounters, and then at the end you have a page 32 which gives you minimum amount of experience and money, which is just not really worth your time. The Pixel Remaster is much nicer in that respect, because they fixed that where you actually do gain experience and money from all the individual enemies, so it's actually reasonably worth fighting things in here. Especially since you can set up, let's say, Mystic Knight with Flame Blade, because all pages are weak to fire, and then use that there. Anyways, well, not a whole lot to do aside from tackling Byblos, I suppose. So good luck, everybody. This is Byblos. He is Fire Elemental, and weak to Ice. So we're going to go ahead and just Ice Blade. Blizzara, this is going to allow us to deal triple damage with our physical attacks if we land. He does have like a 30% chance to block physical attacks. Also Fire, it's a lot of damage. But we survive one single target Fire, which is fine. He's also susceptible to confusion, so if you have a way to confuse, which we do, we can actually attempt to do that. Although arguably I should prioritize healing Ferris. I'm gonna whack her with the healing stuff because Confusion is not guaranteed to land, so it's entirely possible that this would not work out in our favor. There we go, 702 damage, that's really good. High kick would paralyze our character if it hits, but 25% chance to block with a Meteor shield coming in handy. There we go. Good damage so far. I could try to confuse him. The downside of using Confusion here is that he can possibly cast Fire Rag on himself, healing himself in the process. The upside is he loses his turns. Oh, he doesn't lose his turn actually. Never mind, that's a player thing. He does not lose his turn, but the upside is that a confused enemy cannot dodge your physical attacks. I guess that's the real upside there. And we just win. So pretty easy when we can take advantage of an enemy's elemental weakness, right? But the next boss coming up is going to be not as easy, despite being able to take advantage of an enemy's elemental weakness. Hello, welcome to Northrox, hope you're doing well today. I'm not really planning on hiding anything in here, so we're just gonna keep moving and running away. For the most part, as long as you're not low of 10 or 15, or 20, or 5, whatever, the library encounters you can reasonably easily run away from. Even if you get into a back attack, you might eat one attack, but you can easily heal that at the upcoming save point anyways. Case in point. Ninja suit. So this ninja suit is really good. We're gonna pile all of our good equipment onto one character, in this case Ferris, because this is going to reduce Ferris' equipment weight by 5 and give her +1 agility. Because this is now below 16, a multiple of 8, Ferris actually gains 2 speed from equipping the ninja suit in this situation, because the armor is lighter. Every 8 equipment weight you lose 1 agility, effectively for combat speed, and that makes a big difference, especially since Ferris also is the character that has the Magos equipped in our team, giving her the strongest physical attack that we have right now. Lena is currently also dealing significantly less damage than Butts and Ferris, for what it's worth, even with the same weapon as Butts. And I assume that's because she doesn't have as much strength innately as the other 2 characters. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to go into this next battle with 2 white mages, hoping that we can keep up with the attacks. Although I probably should have bought some extra armor in hindsight. I didn't think about that. But let's see how that's gonna go. Because the upcoming battle, the thing is, we kind of want to attack with our strongest character, but it's entirely possible that our strongest character might be getting slowed, or worse, halved in level. So this is not going to be a one battle automatically by any means, because this is going to be one of the bigger challenges. Even with Mystic Knights being able to take advantage of Biblos' weakness to fire, he still has a good chunk of physical evasion, and Protect will still half the damage we deal. So I'm gonna cast Fire Blade. Physical attack first, that's pretty good. I'm not complaining. As you can see, Ferris is faster than Biblos, but Butts is slower. That's just kind of the nature of it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna cast Protect. This is going to halve all the physical damage we receive, and we wanna prioritize using this on our frontliners, because they currently take full damage from physical attacks. And Ferris, 6 for 8 damage. He has a 1 in 3 chance to cast Protect himself. So whenever he doesn't do that, we get lucky, and what I'm actually gonna do is I'm going to just not attack with Butts. Basically, the idea is that I want to deal as much damage as I possibly can with the Mangosh, and having another chance of him just casting Protect before Ferris gets to attack it again would be less than ideal. Alrighty, so here, Ferris just got slowed, which is an extremely debilitating status effect. So I'm actually still going to attack. Also, that was still good damage. By the way, he has 3600 HP. Once he drops below 900 HP remaining, that is when the stuff gets a little bit awkward, I will say. Anyways, we're gonna continue casting Protect. Protect against the physical attacks. Slow on Ferris is less than ideal. So what I think I should be doing is I should unequip Ferris's weapon and give that over to Butts. Half level, that dramatically reduces our damage output, like it is an absolutely ridiculous debuff. And there's nothing we can do about it, by the way. We're just half level now. I think in the Pix Remaster version, if your character goes down and you revive them, they regain their stats. But not in this version. So this is just going to be how it is. Let's just cure out everybody. Make sure everybody's topped off, and apparently they were. And actually, I have a different idea. How much HP do you have remaining? 1500? Yeah. 1506. Alrighty. I'm actually going to equip the Mithril Dagger, or Mithril Knife on Ferris because she's slowed. And I'm going to use Poison Blade on her next. Whenever she gets a turn anyways. Magic Hammer halves our current MP remaining, but that's fine. Then we give the good weapon over to Butts, who is not going to be nearly as slow. Fire up Blade again. When you switch weapons, or actually if you switch around anything you do in your inventory, you lose... just defend. You lose access to your elemental blades. And you need to cast them again. 3, 5, 1. Right, Galuf is confused, that is very inconvenient, but I will prioritize attacking Biblos. So this healed him, but he's now poisoned. And the thing is, he also, I think one more attack from Butts will bring him low enough to punch Galuf, so he's no longer confused. Crit on 2, I guess, for good measure. One more attack I think brings him below 900 HP remaining. And 900 HP is the threshold where he will start counterattacking with also Wind Slash. He can do this every other turn. This is why I have 2 white mages. But yeah, he will has 1 in 3 chance to counterattack with Drain. And Drain deals massive magical damage to one of our characters. He didn't do it there, so that's lucky. But also, Poison does not trigger counterattacks, so we're largely fine here. So instead of attacking with Ferris, we're just going to prioritize for healing up. Just so our white mages are topped off, mostly because Wind Slash we just barely survive otherwise. Cura again. And I could attack with Butts here, but we risk counterattacks with Drain. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna just wait with Galuf. And if I need to heal, I will be healing. But other than that, we just let Poison do the rest of the work, so we avoid the counterattack Drains. Also, Butts' level just got halved, so his damage would be rather pitiful at this point. But thanks to the power of white mages just healing up our entire party very easily, I could just sit here and wait until the poison runs its course. I personally like using poison against Biblos. You can just knock him down with fire blades, like that works too. You need only, like, the odds are in your favor to knock him down like that, but I feel like with poison, it just pretty much guarantees victory instead, which I personally prefer. Alrighty, and we are through the library. Very nice. I'm trying to think, there's not really a good place for us to grind with this composition of characters anytime soon, is there? Because White Mage doesn't really offer anything for grinding purposes, and neither does Mystic Knight right now. Like, we could just knock out individual enemies, I suppose. That is within our wheelhouse. But it's also kinda slow. But also simultaneously, I don't think we will have many problems against upcoming enemies and bosses. So we're probably fine to just move on without doing much else. Anyways, we only need one white mage for most boss encounters to keep us alive. In fact, technically we need 0 for most of them anyways. But it's not like I get to choose to not have a white mage at this point in the game. Back to the front row with you, and back in here we go, because I prefer drinking from the pot for a full heal. It's kind of weird having a new second monitor after, well, quite a long time. Because the colors on that monitor are actually a bit stronger than the one I had before. For reference, I bought literally the cheapest model, because it's supposed to be a second monitor anyways. So I figured, let's just go with what has, like, well, I said cheapest, but it is the cheapest model with good reviews. Let's put it that way. And, well, it looks pretty neat. Actually, I prefer watching movies or anime on that screen instead of the main one here. Any particular reason why to play the Game Boy Advance version? In this case, I let people vote in my Discord as to which version they would like to see, and people voted for the Game Boy Advance version. You know. But in general, in my personal opinion, the Game Boy Advance version is kind of like the definitive version. It has the extra dungeon, it has a lot of quality of life improvements over the original Super Nintendo variant, and it plays really well. It has the quick menus, it has a lot of neat little things. The main downsides are, one, the resolution. Of course, it's a handheld game, so it's not as good looking in my opinion as the Super Nintendo version for the most part, although it is fine. And similarly with the music, it is a bit lower, like it's a bit more crunchy, because they downsampled everything to fit on a Game Boy Advance, but it's still good. Hey Raggedactylus, welcome, hope you're doing well today. Happy Pride. I have a lot of rainbow gremlins running down the side. Whee. Actually, can you trigger this multiple times? Apparently. Everybody needs more happy grimers. I think that is a fair assessment. Yeah, I think with this team we can just breeze through RQ Avis and see what our Earth-Drop Crystal is going to be. The White Mages keep us alive, and the Mystic Knights knock out things in a reasonably timely fashion. Maybe a bit on the slow side, I will say. But we could actually go out of our way and get a weapon upgrade. Which I probably should do, huh? So actually for once we're gonna go straight south first, instead of going east first. So I'm pretty sure with the ship we're gonna be faster than grabbing the Black Jacob and bring it over to the forest there instead. Hey, Dolaxon, welcome. Hope you're doing well today. Right, I went the wrong way, sorry. I got slightly distracted on the side. Hold up. I will be back with you in just a moment. I forgot to set up something. Something entirely... what's the word? Distant from the stream, so... sorry. Anyways, welcome back everybody. Mystic and Bind, nice. Yeah, I guess our... honestly, White Mage and Mystic Knight covers our bases for base stats amazingly well. If we were to have a character or two that mastered both Mystic Knight and Mage, the base stats would be incredibly good. High magic power from the Mystic Knight and across the board, really good agility, strength and vitality from the Mystic Knight. I guess the big question would be white magic plus sword stuff. It's not... it doesn't have much synergy, but it's really good individually, so it's not bad. Alrighty, let's see. Do we need to sell anything? I'd like to just buy 2 coral swords, or 3. You know, 3 makes more sense. What can I sell in order to afford these? We don't need that many mithril knives anymore, the broadswords can go, all the old shields. We keep the plumed hats actually. Iron armor. Leather shoes. Don't need 4 mithril shields anymore. Alrighty. 1 more coral sword please. So coral swords have innately already lightning damage. So I don't technically have to enchant... oh, I only needed 2 actually. Because I'm not going to not use the Magouche, thinking about it. Oh well, it's fine. We have 1 extra. I forgot about that one. Anyways, it's already innately lightning damage, so we don't technically need to enchant our weapon with lightning. But effectively, if an enemy is weak to lightning, and we use these swords, it only deals double damage, whereas we could go triple if we use Thundara Blade instead. So we still will want to probably enchant our weapons anyways, but they have really good base attack power. Almost, actually no, they're slightly stronger technically than the Mangouche, so now all of our characters have decent weapons instead of just 1. Which is why I decided to go out of my way and actually go and grab a few before going over to the next chapter. Also, funnily enough, I mentioned earlier that I'm probably not gonna attack much with a white mage. But there is actually one boss coming up where white mage with the extra strength from the Mystic Knight's spellblades actually technically could have a use. Again, not for enchanting the weapon, but just to get the strength on the white mage. But then again, our white mage might be busy the entire time just healing everybody, so it probably doesn't matter. We could go back and buy another flail, because we did sell our other one for money earlier. At least I think we did. Is there gonna be a situation again where I might be buying or using 2 white mages? I don't know, I'm just gonna buy 2 white mage armor or armor upgrades here, just in case I do. We have now 2 sages surplus. Also, I could go out of my way and pick up Asuna right now as well, which, again, will actually have some niche uses coming up. It's actually not even that niche, it's pretty good. As long as I'm ready to actually use Asuna in the right moment. And the old status effect does not run its course. Plus, I'm pretty sure Asuna can remove even other volatile status effects like paralysis. Admittedly, I hardly ever use it for those situations because I'm just so used to waiting until the paralyzed characters can move again that I honestly just forget. Yeah, you can even cure the silence status effect with this, so sure, let's go out of our way and pick up Asuna. Although I will need to sell a bunch more things because I remember the spell being pretty expensive to buy. So I'm not entirely sure why I'm going south here. Usually I just go the other way around the world, but maybe this is getting us to where I need to go. Initially, actually, I was going to go to history until I remembered, oh, I'm pretty sure the spell is actually in Lix, isn't it? I think it's just east of here. I don't know if this is fast this way around. No idea. Alright, we need money, so I need to go and sell some stuff. We could also stock up on consumables, but again, we don't have money, so... If we get flame scrolls, we can always buy them, although shurikens we cannot. Don't need the daggers anymore, long swords. Yeah, we did not need another coral sword, that's fine. Sell it for a bit of money. So the reason why stocking up here is because these prices are all half prices. I'm actually gonna buy 21 tents because these are the most cost efficient way to recover your MP and HP. Of course, with the limitation that they can only do that on the overworld or at save points, but since I have a pretty good idea where all the save points are in this game, it's reasonably easy. It's 3000 for Asuna. Cures all status effects except KO and zombie. So yeah, it should actually cure literally everything, including paralysis. Let's go and I guess knock out some black flames. I just sold my mithril daggers. Black flames are not a good idea. Black flames have really high evasion, and daggers, as mentioned before, cut evasion in half. They don't have much HP, so even the mithril dagger would have been fine. But, well, I don't have them anymore, so I can't use them. Alright. Oh, I needed to focus on that guy, didn't I? Yeah. Nice dodge. One down. We could knock this guy out too, but I'd rather set up for the lizard in the back. These lizards have a lot of physical defense, but they are weak to ice, so I'm just gonna set up for knocking that guy out with butts in one hit. So I'm pretty sure we will struggle to deal enough damage otherwise. Yeah, 95, look at this. But instead, with ice, whoosh, he's gone. Pretty good. Literally just enough money to buy Arizona. Here's what I'm looking for. Ferris is the one attacking the Black Flames, because she has a dagger equipped. So her chance to hit is the best. Galuf doesn't get to do much. I guess he could confuse enemies. That is an option. But it's a chance to hit, so it doesn't always work. Plus, maybe these guys have some random resistance to confusion status effect anyways, which I actually don't know if they do. I don't think they have. Oh hey, we get a Death Sickle. I'm pretty sure that actually sells for enough money. But just in case we get a Berserker, I guess we have one already. Berserker wouldn't even be the worst drop class to get here. Maybe it is, but it's good enough. Gonna have you equip Lizara Blade for the lizard in the back afterwards. Yeah, because it's in the back row, it only takes half damage there, so still more correct to target the front enemies. Gained a few levels along the way. Mystic Knight plus White Mage is a good combo. It's a very solid foundation. I agree. Like, even though they don't have much synergy with each other, it is just good. Like, it will probably solve almost every encounter coming up in the future. It might struggle a bit with dealing with enemies efficiently or grinding particularly efficiently, but it can, like, that combination can functionally handle everything. I agree. Man, I feel like I'm playing the same game again here. This is a repeat experience. Ferris just missed. Oh, you confused the Black Flames. And it just Dark Sparked itself to half its own level. Dark Spark is a blue magic you can actually learn. Anyways, as mentioned before, confused enemies. Oh, that guy survived. I was so sure that Ferris would have enough damage to guarantee a one-shot of the Black Flames, but apparently not. It seems like the Black Flames don't have a whole lot of magic evasion, so 2 confusions landing could either be just really lucky, or maybe that's just how it is. Interesting. Alright, let's go and buy Azuma. Just so we have a way to combat the aging status effect coming up. To the east? No, west from here. Right, Izuna. Thank you. This is a spell we could have gotten in Karnak Castle on the left side, just at the entrance when you leave. But again, can't really get that when you're only seeing half of what you're supposed to see. That might be generous for how my monitor looked, to be honest. Okay, where am I? Too far south. No? Not south enough. There we go. Took me a while to find this place, but here we are. And we go right back inside to heal up to full at the pot. Hey Ian, welcome. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Hello. Yeah, I don't think we need to fight anything here. Save, and what am I forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I am. Hard to tell. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm forgetting something. Anyways, let's go and battle the next boss, I suppose. This is the Sandworm. He has a grand total of 3000 HP. However, he's always considered to be in the back row, which is why the flail that ignores rows actually could technically have some conceivable use right there. It is kind of notorious for dealing not necessarily a whole lot of damage at once, but a tremendous amount of chip damage over a relatively short period of time, if you will. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge to knock down, mostly because our damage is not going to be particularly good. But I'm kind of hoping that for the most part it will be at least, you know, good enough, I suppose. But yeah, he has 3000 HP. This is gonna take a while. I guess we could cast Protect. He does physically attack, but his damage is not particularly strong for what it's worth. So it's mostly fine, I think. So this is where White Mage is just nice. This attack always deals exactly 60 damage, but also inflicts the HP leak status, so that means we're consistently now always losing HP. But, thanks to White Mage healing more, by a good amount, we should easily be able to knock him down within short order. If you attack the holes by accident, or he just switches as soon as you attack, which can happen too, the holes counterattack with Demi, specifically when you attack with physical attacks, by the way. I don't think it counters with anything if you cast spells on it, which is something I learned. Well, unless the Pix-Ray Master might be different, who knows? Just to demonstrate gravity. Lena fell in the hole and Ferris took half of her HP in damage for it. You're doing well, you just landed a new job, you're so stoked. Oh nice, I hope it's a good one. I wish you all the best with that, good luck. Ah, I didn't even need to demonstrate earlier. This is when you attack at the exact same moment the Sandworm decides to switch locations. It happens. But even though Galuf has a relatively low HP now, he's not really in any danger. It's just kind of the nature of Sandworm not really doing too much damage overall. Although I will still sing on target here, just to make sure Galuf survives the next stuff as well. I'm doing overall quite alright, thank you. And I think this is where it pays off. This guy does not have any particular elemental weakness. You might think, oh, he's weak to water, Aqua Rake just one-shots him. Yes, Aqua Rake does one-shot him, but he's not weak to water, because Aqua Rake just deals 8 times damage to all the desert enemies for some reason. And is literally typeless. You would think it should be water damage, and it absolutely should be, but it isn't. You did the Forge of Fiesta recently, did a lot of axe swinging. Freelancer, Berserker, Ninja, Ranger. That's a very, very strong physical core right there. Nice. With a team that cannot really deal a whole lot of damage to Sandworm, normally you would be in a bit of a pickle here, because this guy would drain your healing supplies like nothing else. But if you have a red mage or a white mage in your team to just cure everybody consistently, it's actually not a big deal. Of course, also if you have some form of ranged attack to deal actually proper damage to this guy, or even magic attacks for that matter, then it's also a lot easier. But in time, you defeat this guy. It's fine. It's official, you're out of Italian chocolate and EU candy. Sad Swiss chocolate was the best. That's interesting. Alrighty. I have to admit, when I was briefly in Italy, I didn't get to eat chocolate, but I did get to eat some ice cream, which was really tasty over there. Alright, desert. Not a whole lot to say about it. We're just gonna run through this place. I don't really plan on fighting anything, but enemies here, for the first time, I guess, in the game, have a very significant run-away resistance, aka it's kind of difficult to run away from them, just reliably. But if it's just a single sand bear, we can defeat it without too much trouble, and even get the rare drop for an antidote. Again, these enemies are not weak to ice, so Blizzara Blade is not doing anything. I don't remember if these desert killers were undead or not. They might be. Do they make vegan chocolates where you are? I would be surprised if there was no vegan chocolate. But I have to admit I don't know. I assume they do. The International Goof Troop. Yes. Because we did a very questionable run of Goof Troop as the first thing. I messed up everything with Hulk trying to carry me through the game, basically. I forgot half the puzzle solutions and stuff. It was quite nice. Can confirm. It was so funny, go back and watch it. Nice. It was fun meeting up with the Zelda 2 folks back in the day. You did a 2-player 1-controller run with someone and it was hilarious. Yeah, it's actually kind of fascinating. If you play a game like that with somebody else who's really good at it, with like 2 people operating 1 controller, it actually can work out really well, all things considered. Like, you would think it requires a lot of coordination, but a lot of that coordination is already implicit because the both of you might have been already speedrunning the game at a reasonably high level. Although different styles and concepts can occasionally clash. Hey Blunt Umpire, welcome, good morning, hope you're doing well. It went surprisingly well, since we were the top runners back then. It helped, nice. Yeah, I think I did the same way as Stinger, when we got together playing some Secret of Mana, where we just did 2-player 1 controller for a bit, and you know, we kind of knew what we were doing overall. I tend to try in these kinds of direct co-op situations to be like following the other person's lead, because I'm much better as a support rather than a lead, at least in my opinion. What's he up to these days? Do you keep in touch? Honestly, I don't really know. I occasionally say hi, he's still over in the Escapegoat 2 Discord as well, active. But I have to admit I don't really know what he's doing nowadays. Hope Stinger is doing well. I hope he has a great time, whatever he's doing. So I could... Oh, actually, yeah, we do go into the room below. So, these 2 guys fall down a hole as soon as we press this button, right? How long do you think that fall is going to take until they arrive at the ship? If you immediately run over to the ship on the east side after you press the button, it takes you about, I don't know, 10-15 seconds to arrive there, and that is a long fall. But in this scenario, I'm literally going to sleep, because I want to recover my MP on Galuf, by the way. I'm going to sleep for, well, presumably 7-8 hours. Then I'm going out of my way to do a little puzzle on the side to pick up the mini spell for our white mage, so we will have the ability to mini our characters, if we want to. And these guys are still falling this entire time. Experience boost. You had to travel before starting your master's program, working on being mental health therapist, so you'll be very busy. Yes. That, like a master's in anything, is going to keep you busy. I wish you good luck. Greetings and salutations. Welcome to your telephone. Hope you're doing well today. Let me throw something in the food box too, just because why not? What do I throw? I add some southern flair to the food box by adding a pulled pork platter with green beans, mac and cheese, and banana pudding. I have no idea what that's supposed to be. Okay. Alrighty. So, this upcoming boss here only has 2000 HP and is gonna be weak to lightning. And... well, we could use Thundara Blades, my goodness. Which I should have on fairies actually, now think about it. It's fine. I could use Thundara Blades, but it's really not all that useful. Because, again, only 2000 HP. And most of the time he's gonna put a character into critical HP anyways, so it doesn't really matter too much as to what I'm doing. Anyways, should have equipped Thundara Blades. I forgot that fairies had a dagger. But yeah. 2 out of 3 times used that tail screw attack, putting into critical HP. So even on a solo character, it's actually just more efficient to just attack. We could also instead try to confuse Great Claw, but it does have a good chunk of magic evasion, so landing it is not particularly likely. But hey, it's pretty easy with this setup to defeat him. No, frogs are friends, not food. I thought you were on the friendly frog side. Well, look her. You graduated with a social work degree originally, but you had trouble with taking stuff home with you. You were on the ICU hospice side of things. I admire anybody who can work in that field. Like, I could not do that. Mashed potatoes. Thank you for saving the frogs. Frogs are friends, not food. No, I could just go up instead of going down and sleeping again, but it's so ingrained in my brain to just save before every kind of boss encounter. Oh, right. I was already at I was already at Soul Cannon, but there's a little bit of a thing beforehand. You're on Quiz de Grenouille team? Why? They are saints, the people working that field? Yes. I would not have the mental fortitude to do that. Mime in your future, yes. And we'll shower a certain final boss probably in Holy. We even have a good way of dealing with, oh my god, with this team. White Mage keeping us alive, even casting Reflect as we need it. Mime cannot equip samurai swords, I'm pretty sure, right? Mime has like daggers, swords, wands, and staves? Rods and staves. Mime can barely equip anything. I think they can equip ribbons, right? I believe that's one thing they can. I might be wrong. Maybe they just inherit the passives of being able to equip stuff, though. Right, Timmy. Brain. Brain's over trying to fight Soul Cannon again. I need to go to Timmy first. I'm going way too far north, don't I? Since you rolled Mime, are you required to pick it up as soon as possible? I have no idea what the requirements normally would be. But I will be picking it up as soon as possible, yes. I think that's just only fair. If I roll Mime, I should go and grab it too. Not sure about Ribbon, but weapons are dagger, staff, and rod. And those thief throwing ones. Oh yeah, right, the thief throwing weapons. Not useful, but interesting. Probably just gonna equip a dagger. Alrighty, this is Timmy. All he ever does is attack physically. And to be fair, Timmy hits really hard. Or adamantus. He's also weak to like ice, so Blizzara Blade is going to do a lot of work here. Anyways, he's gonna attack twice. And unfortunately, he happened to hit one character twice, which is very inconvenient. We do have a raise spell. It's not much HP, but, well, we have a 25% chance to dodge attacks at the minimum. Oh yeah, he also has innate Protect and Shell, so he takes half damage from all sources. So that's also a thing. Nice block. So yeah, he attacks twice, then he attacks once, then he attacks twice, and then he attacks once. I could heal butts here. Probably the correct move. I was thinking of casting Protect instead on Lena or so, but I think Butts has now enough HP that he still needs to get hit twice anyways. Oh. Right, we deal good damage. For some reason I didn't think 2 sets of attacks would do the trick. You don't have to pick Mime if you don't roll. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to pick up Mime as soon as I can, and yes, that is in World 3. You specifically need to be able to dive with the submarine in World 3 to actually get there. One 3/2 attacks per round for those of us who remember Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. The only Advanced Dungeons and Dragons I know is Baldur's Gate 2. And even that's a mess. I don't understand it entirely. I just remember when I was a kid in Baldur's Gate 2, the only way on how I could figure out to deal any reasonable damage was turning my druid into a bear form and starting to hit enemies. At least a druid was capable of dealing good damage. That was before I figured out how to equip items. And reading was not what I usually did as a kid in a lot of cases. For games like that. Like, usually just enough to get by. Alrighty, and we're off. Now we defeat Soul Cannon. Well, I suppose technically we go ahead and try to defeat the little guys first. Yeah, that's right. Alrighty, welcome to the Soul Cannon encounters. These are weak to lightning. They also have 2,500 HP each, so I think it is worthwhile for us to use Thundara Blades. Despite, well, it taking a turn. Anyways, these things are just going to use Flamethrower on a random character. In this case, both of them chose to attack Galef, and Galef decided to just take a nap. That is very inconvenient. I thought Galef would have enough HP to survive that, but evidently not. Also, that is just not quite enough HP for damage either. Wow, they're really good at focus firing there. That's fine. These encounters don't give any experience, only ability points. So 1 in 3 chance that Butts is gonna go down here. And he does. That's okay. I'm just too lazy to heal right now. We're just gonna need to revive Gallop afterwards anyways as well. Were you the only kid who read stuff? Possibly. I mean, I loved RPGs and all that stuff. So I did my share of reading. But Baldur's Gate 2 was way too much reading for me to really do. Like, I was first and foremost pushing buttons to see what happens. And then, if I didn't understand what was happening, try to read. But I had never heard of rolling dice in general for games before. So when the weapon read 1d10 damage, I had no idea what to make of it. So, what do you mean 1d10? Do you want more numbers on the left side of the D or more higher numbers on the right side? Probably higher numbers are better, right? Except for when you get to armor class, and that's not true anymore. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are definitely not the process if you're not already familiar with it. Yeah, I think because I played Baldur's Gate 2, I never played 1. I also got thrown into the deep end of it too, right? One had actually a nice and relatively slow introduction to how mechanics and such work. You played AD&D before Baldur's Gate was released? Yeah, I never even heard of Dungeons and Dragons before. It wasn't until way later when I learned about Dungeons and Dragons through other contexts when I finally realized, oh, this is what I was playing, Baldur's Gate 2. Like, the furthest I got in that game was, let's say, clear the first dungeon, then I went into the circus, managed to emerge from there, and then I was absolutely, entirely and completely lost as to what I was supposed to do next, so I stopped playing. Like, I gave the game multiple tries. I was fascinated by it, fascinated by the world, but I just couldn't make heads or tails of it. Alrighty, rockets. These things only deal percentage-based damage, which means they actually literally cannot knock us out directly. What they can, however, do is they can rocket punch one of our characters, and that character is then gonna be confused, and we need to, well, hit that character in order for Gallop to no longer hit us in return. He has currently a healing staff equipped, so hopefully he's gonna use that to whack himself with it. Perfect. That was only a 1 in 4 chance to hit the correct target, because he randomly targets one of our allies with reversal attacks, or he could actually also cast support spells on enemies. I don't know what the odds for that are, but needless to say, we just got really lucky right there. That Gallop decided to exactly hit himself. Specifically, in order to knock out Gallop from confusion, we would need to attack him with a physical attack with the other characters. Gallop could cast Aesuna to cure confusion. I'm ending this. Gallop could cast Aesuna to cure confusion. But he can also just attack with his healing staff to achieve the same effect. Survive! Okay, just about good enough. Now Butts is gonna take half damage. By the way, that flamethrower ability is blue magic, so you can actually learn it and use it against the enemies. Okay. I did have the manual for Baldur's Gate 2 for what it's worth. But again, there was a lot to read. so trying to make heads and tails of a system that was just completely foreign was difficult. Thaco is a mechanically sensible mechanic that is really badly explained. I mean, compared to how you work with armor class nowadays, it feels needlessly complicated. Like, it's conceptually fine to hit, like Thaco refers to hit armor class 0. It's basically what do you need to roll in order to hit an enemy with certain armor classes, which is kind of... I actually don't know if it's mechanically different to impacting your chance to hit compared to what more modern Dungeons & Dragons has nowadays. Like, is +1 still a 5% increase each time, or was that actually different? Thaco is reasonable, but just extra math. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm saying it feels needlessly complicated. Like, it's conceptually fine. Alrighty, so let's see how this is gonna go. We are now battling Soul Cannon. It has 12,500 HP, and the two little launchers have 800 HP each, and they are not weak to lightning. Plus, we want to try and knock them out as quick as we can, because these things will cast missile on one of our characters. And this is the reason why I got Esuna. And the second missile missed, that's very lucky. This inflicts the old status effect, which is extremely debilitating because it reduces your HP, or all your stats, towards 1. 1 strength, 1 agility. Basically you deal no more damage and you're super slow. That's what the old status effect does. Also, it costs you half of your HP, but that is less of a concern compared to just... Okay, it missed, nice. That is less of a concern compared to just making sure we cure it immediately. In the Pix Remaster, you actually regain your stats after you cure the old status effect. In this version, you still have your stats lost, which is why it is imperative for Galef to immediately cast Esuna to cure it. And we also got lucky that one of the launchers decided to just not hit. There is no message when you miss, or when they miss, I guess. It just doesn't do anything. And also there's no reason for Galef to do anything, we just wait at this point. And while the little launchers on the back of the cannon were not weak to lightning, the big main cannon is, so even though it has 12,500 HP, our attacks are going to deal really good damage here. So, the main cannon itself is... well, it's just charging up until it has reached 128% capacity. Once it's reached that much, it is going to unleash the Wave Cannon attack. Wave Cannon deals half of our maximum HP in damage and inflicts the HP leak status. So effectively, if you don't heal in between getting hit by 2 of these Wave Cannon attacks, you just straight up die. There's no coming back from that, aside from healing up beforehand, or using some form of invulnerability like the Dragoon's Jump or the Bard's Hide effect. Thankfully, White Mage literally just solves the battle in terms of defenses for us here. A lot of Forge of Fiesta parties struggle a bit against this guy because, well, there's not really any good healing items outside of elixirs and the few high potions that you can scrunch up earlier. So it might cost you a lot of resources because of it. But because we have both good damage and the White Mage that just straight up heals us against everything anyways, we have effectively no real trouble with this whatsoever. Mystic Knight solves the damage for almost all boss encounters, save a few, and White Mage solves all of the supporting aspects. I'm pretty sure we don't get another Wave Cannon here at this point, because we should be reasonably close to knocking this thing out at this point. Here it is. But I felt like healing was still correct. Taco is actually the exact same attack it's used with attack bonuses and such these days. I see. So my instinct was correct with that. You can't keep it forever secret for sure, and some people don't even care to try, but in Thaco the player actually has to add AC to their roll, so they just need the number to do the math. Alrighty. There's not really anything we want necessarily in here, and once again, the enemies are pretty beefy. They do give decent experience. We could arguably knock out some Hayudoras if we want some more experience along the way. But that stops being a good idea once we hit level 16. But you know what? Probably level 16 would be a fine choice, wouldn't it? Oh, but I didn't buy any extra Phoenix Stones. So I guess 11 is all I have. I suppose I also didn't sell any, so maybe that's okay. Most of the enemies have about 1000 HP at this point in the game right here. And also have a bit of runaway resistance, so we're not guaranteed to be able to run away from the encounters, but it's easy enough that it should be mostly reliable. These Ronka Knights also notably have a good chunk of physical defense, so hitting them with our Mystic Knights right now is not that efficient. Gold Shield. This is an upgrade over the Meteor Shield. Don't ask me how that works in terms of materials, but it has slightly more defense and 30% chance to block physical attacks instead of 40. This is like the one encounter that we can easily knock out within like 2 rounds. Maybe 1 if we get high enough damage. No, it's 2. Lamia notably is very fast, so I think Lena and Butts are going to be slower than her. But if we get a preemptive strike, we get a full extra turn anyways. So I might as well take that. Enemies don't want to damage the golden shield because they want to loot it off of your body. I mean, is that why you evade the attacks then? These enemies love mental magic, they're fans of enchantment. The enchanted fans. I'm a big fan of that idea. Also, we get 1 extra new sword here, the Ancient Sword. This is probably the first, like, good sword, I will argue, at this point in the game, that I would be equipping over even a dagger. It all has a bit more attack power than a Magos, and also a chance to inflict the old status. And, well, old status works a bit different for enemies, does it, compared to how it works for players. For enemies, it does, I think, also reduce their levels. For players, it only reduces your stats. You know what, we actually have a white mage, right? So I think it would be fine to use the white mage to heal through the Hayudoras for a little longer. We have level 2 white magic in Galuf. Level 3 is going to give him Cura. Level 4 would be Ezuna. I'm trying to think whether I want to attach like white magic on another character sometime soon. I think it'll be fun. Alrighty, let's actually knock out some Hayuduras. For that, we want to go into the little side room. Right down here. So this is a reasonably dangerous room. There's Hydras and Hayuduras. Let's see. I don't care to fight these ones. So what I'm looking for is specifically the Dark Hydras. These ones, they are called Gitras in this version. They are very fast and they're undead. So that means if I use a Phoenix on it, it can instantly die. It also has an innate reflex status, so we can't just cast a raise on it, unfortunately, because it just gets reflected. It also counterattacks with level 4 quarter, which means any character that has their level divisible by 4, it reduces our current HP by 3/4, which is a lot of healing we have to do. Also, they give 777 experience, times 4, because everybody in the party gets that much experience, so it's a lot of experience for a single action. And on top of that, they are guaranteed to drop another Phoenix down as soon as we defeat one. The main downside of hunting them here is, for one, you always get slapped at least once, although you can get lucky if you just resist it. And for two, thank you for demonstrating this, Ferris. You can miss the Phoenix Zone usage. But if you don't have another place to grind, this is pretty decent. This is also where I leveled my White Mage in my solo White Mage challenge for a long time. Also here I could queue up using another Phoenix Down with bots here, but the problem is the game already subtracts the Phoenix Down that bots would be using if it got to his turn, but then the battle ends and the game does not give you your Phoenix Down back. So we just lose it because of that. Alright, so we're level 16. That's probably plenty. We could arguably stay here for a little while longer. So normally, because level 16 is divisible by 4, it's a bit more awkward to knock down the Ghidras here now. However, because we have a White Mage, which is, well, easily healing us through a lot of things, it might still be fine. Surprising that the cooldown for saving frogs is longer than the cooldown for putting frogs in. I mean, that's in part because there's two different commands to saving frogs from the food box. And they do have separate cooldowns. So I just kind of have to balance it a little bit. We also think this community generally saves more frogs than endangers them. Knock on wood. Yeah. Generally, I suppose. And now we're level 17. As you can see, the levels here actually pretty decently fast. Poison Breath is one of the biggest disadvantages. Poison Breath has extremely high damage variance. And of course it can also poison us. Both effects are not particularly pleasant, because we have to cure the poison. And we have to heal back up immediately again. Okay, Galuf is effectively out of MP. Let's get one more Ghidra. Or 2 or 3, depending on how lucky we get with blocking the attacks. Heal up to, at the save point, get our MP back, and then we move on. Arguably I could have turned the second character into White Mage, so we start picking up White Magic on that. But I figured I'm not gonna knock out that many Ghidras anyways, so how much ability, or how many ability points is there really? You redeemed one of the big experience things without thinking and may have ruined your hostile rating. Wait, it does? Is that in the description? You assume the experience only goes up, not down. The reputation for the frog and anti-frog faction can go both ways. You can... It's basically like, if you know reputation in World of Warcraft, you start at neutral, and then if you go into negative, you can become disliked, then something, and then hated at the end. Or the other way, you become friendly, then honored, and revered and stuff. Rush. So much damage. Ferris just really likes to miss her Phoenix dance. And Lena has hit every single one so far. Kind of impressive, actually. Alright. I'd like to get one more level, because I feel like it's probably like one more Ghidra until we get there. But I do want to gain... our MP back so Galuf can heal up. Ferris doesn't have that healing heart in her today. Look, eventually she's gonna turn into White Mage anyways. Then she won't have much of a choice than to heal. That's not true, she could just cast Holy at that point, probably. By the way, this is a very rare encounter in this floor in particular for Ghidras as well, but it's literally the rare encounter. The rarest of the rare. 1 in 16, I think it is. My goodness, Ferris. I'm watching the same movie on over and over. Alright, we gained levels. Let's move on. What level are we? 18? 19? Something like that. Good enough. We only need to have enough HP to survive the attacks. Thanks to White Mage, that is sufficient. Because the White Mage can just heal back up anyways. Okie dokie. Speaking of which, heal up. And good luck everybody. So this upcoming boss here is Archaeoavis. It starts out having a lot of physical defense. And that means it's gonna take a while for us to punch through it. It does not have any particular elemental resistances or weakness, so I don't think... Well, actually, it absorbs certain elements, so you might not want to use fire, ice, or lightning blades. I don't think silence does anything. I don't believe this thing casts any spells that can be silenced. Sleep it's immune to, it doesn't get poisoned. Well, maybe it gets poisoned. But the last phase is immune against all elements. I think that includes poison, so we probably still don't want to use it. So I guess we just attack. It has 1600 HP in phase 1. This is gonna take a while. However, Archaeoavis only can do one of 3 things. It can do a regular physical attack, which is what we usually would like to see. It can do a physical attack that also inflicts a status effect, which, depending on which phase we're in, is more or less debilitating. Right now it's not particularly dangerous, so it's fine. And then the third thing it can do is an elemental attack. In this case it's wind element. That is 25% of our maximum HP just gone. But by the power of White Mage, we just heal it up in one single move from Galuf. So we have absolutely no trouble with that whatsoever. And another Breathwing. I could prioritize casting Protect on our characters here. Once again, they are in the front row, so if they take a physical hit, it would be a decent chunk of their HP gone. But simultaneously, with Protect, that will be half. So his first physical special attack is called Sap. It inflicts the HP leak status if it hits, so it's not particularly dangerous for how much HP we have and how easily we can heal up thanks to Galuf being a White Mage. That is half of our HP gone, we probably should heal that. Or we could just cast one more Protect first. Why not? This is why it might be nice to have like level 1 or 2 White Magic on another character, so they can also cast Protect as to set up. In this game, most of the buffs and debuffs don't ever run out, so we just have those. Like halving all the physical damage received from White Mages and Red Mages for that matter is extremely strong. So how far are we? We're not there yet. We're gonna get there though. Don't worry, this is gonna speed up eventually. Also, I just realized Fairies or Lena doesn't actually have a weapon to damage the last phase with. Oh well, she'll be dedicated to throwing potions around. Also, I think we might have. Yep, we are in phase 2 now. Phase 2 is Frost. That is 244 damage every time it hits us, which is a lot of ice damage. It looks very fiery, but it's ice damage. It also inflicts the HP leak status, so this is by far the most dangerous elemental attack he can do to us right now. So basically, after 1600 damage, he switches forms, quietly, under the hood. We are not informed about that one change. Wing is also inflicted poison, but that's fine. Poison doesn't deal that much damage in this game, especially if you don't have that much maximum HP. So we just heal it with everything else. Anyways, now we need to deal another 1600 damage to go to phase 3. And you might notice that we are dealing a good chunk more damage than what we did before. And just because I can, I guess I can cure the poison anyways. It's not a big deal to just leave it, because it's only 1/16 of your max health every time, which is impactful for bosses, but for players, it's just a mild inconvenience. But yeah, Frost is the big problem here. Because all the other elemental attacks are based on your maximum HP, they don't tend to be as dangerous as Frost. Frost is always 240-ish damage, plus extra. So it is usually a lot more dangerous. Also, I think he just switched forms right there. The A to B, the little bar in the bottom right, briefly stopped after Fairy's attacks, which indicates that he is now in phase 3. And the general trend is that he has less and less physical defense the further on the battle goes, and more magic defense. But since we're not using magic as offense, it doesn't really matter too much on that side. Flame is 25% of our max HP in damage, which is once again much easier to heal. It also doesn't leave an HP leak status, so we're good to go here. Once again, 1600 HP damage until he goes into phase 2. Wait. Sorry, I was distracted. Firefox just popped up a random thing. Stop doing that, Firefox. Not there yet. There it is already. We are in phase 4, once again. 1600 HP damage until we are in the next phase. Galuf has cool sunglasses. It doesn't matter to him because he doesn't physically attack anyways. But blind status does actually work in this phase. Oh, right. He's also lightning, so it absorbs lightning as healing in this phase too. And once again, lightning. 25% of our max HP in damage, which is easily healed thanks to the power of White Mage. Although we are out of MP, so maybe not so easily healed anymore. So yeah, we cannot use the Coral Sword anymore, which means... well, I guess we can technically use poison as a blade. Enchant our weapon with poison just so it's not lightning anymore. Like a neutral elemental weapon is actually desirable here over others. Galuf does have his healing staff. The healing staff cannot miss, so it's fine. Okay. I don't know if you actually can poison any of the forms. That would be kind of funny. Claw. This one is actually pretty bad, because it paralyzes the character, so they can't do anything for about 2 turns. We could use Azuna in order to cure that, but, well... he clawed our right mage, so it's a problem. Alright, Archaeologist. Now we're finally in phase 5. He has 2500 HP and is immune against most elements except water, so neutral attacks are important. Which is why I was saying that Lena probably won't be able to deal damage to him unless he also takes damage from poison. I don't know, he missed. Tusk. This also inflicts confusion. A confused character that is also paralyzed, by the way. Even if I were to hit Galuf right now with a physical attack, it would not knock him out of confusion because he's also paralyzed. Unless the paralysis wore off. Anyways, we're gonna equip the knife here on Lena. She's gonna be on healing duty for healing Galuf. Also now, Lena got confused, but she has a basic dagger equipped. By the way, this is exactly why I keep a basic dagger, or knife I guess. Because even if she attacks us, she doesn't deal any damage. So we're fine. Maelstrom, on the other hand, is rather dangerous. It has not a best chance to hit, but as you can see, that's a lot of damage dealt to everybody, because they are now in critical HP, except Ferris, who managed to resist it, which is reasonably lucky. We're gonna just continue focusing on attacking with Butts and Ferris, because, well, the quicker we end the fight, the less we have to heal. Since Galuf is effectively out of MP, we can just toss over an elixir to him. Well, I guess we can't do that, but the random targeting actually targeted Butts with the elixir, so I guess we're good to go. The main downside here is that Galuf doesn't get any ability points, and the elixir was used on the wrong character. Lightning. That is 25% of our max HP gone. Phoenix Downs also revive you with 25% of your maximum HP. So actually a lightning will just knock out Galuf again. But it's fine. We're good to go. If we had more MP, I could have just kept spamming Cure, I guess. And I was trying to save my elixir there, and then in the end I guess it was used in a surprisingly effective way. But we're there for now. Let's unequip stuff on Galuf because he's going to go on vacation for a short while. And welcome to the Earth Crystal. This is where we're gonna get our 4th job here. Hey, yes, Grunt, welcome to you as well. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, for our 4-job Fiesta. Number 8. Probably the last one this year for me. Although I did say that last time already. Our final job is going to be... oh. This might be the absolute minimum potential synergies you can possibly have for Mystic Knight. And yet it's still fine. Dragoon then? No, Dragoon can use Mystic Knights. Well, I guess it's less synergy than Dragoon even. Berserker I suppose Berserker would also be less synergy. That's... Actually, Berserker is on the same level, I would argue. Although more controllable. So, you know, I mentioned earlier, White Mage cannot equip anything that can get their weapons enchanted. Most characters have at least access to Dagger. But there is, well, 2 job classes that don't. 3 technically if you include the advanced job classes. One of them is White Mage and the other one is Monk. We have a Monk. Well, we are not going to have a way to cast haste, which is a bit of a shame, so our Monk damage output is going to be forever rather weak, I suppose. On the bright side, transferring the Monk's strength to, let's say, the White Mage would be really easy. You just equip barehanded on the White Mage, and then you have a punchy White Mage that can actually deal competent damage. Monkey the Force-Light is kind of mean. Well, they're incredible in World 1, especially early, and kind of May after. Yeah. The thing is, Monk is generally fine if you just fight everything along the way and progress normally in a casual playthrough. Like, it approximately keeps up with the pace of the game. Sure, something like Summoner or Black Mage can just dish out way more damage, but you know, that's kind of par for the course. But for other melee classes, Monk usually keeps up decently well. But you do need the levels in order to keep up with Monk's for the Monk to deal decent damage. But yeah, it's gonna be fine. This is gonna be White Magic 6 across the board. It would be quite the investment of time to get White Magic for that many characters though. But yes. White Magic will be in all characters. In the end, one way or another. Not really much in the way of interesting combinations to run on the Mime either. Yeah, Mime is just going to be... If we master Monk, we can put like plus HP on the Mime to get a tremendous amount of extra maximum HP to work with. But this is going to be probably one of those chop sets where we just keep the item command anyways, even though we could remove the item command thanks to the Mime being strange like that. Mime is kind of just gonna be a second copy of whatever class we want to invest in, which is a shame. Yeah, I mean that's just kind of sort of how it goes, I suppose. Which is also kind of when you have a mime that can benefit from multiple jobs at the same time for good synergies, it can be a lot of fun. For our team, oh, it's gonna be I guess relatively basic, if you will. One thing for the all white 6 argument is that you could run 2 white mages at a time for most of the game prior to unlocking mine. Yeah, and now that we have Monk, we actually have the ability to make our extra white mages actually deal good damage. Like maybe I will say I kind of underestimated Monk here a little bit, I would argue, because giving characters to Monk gives us the barehanded ability relatively early on into ability point farming, which is gonna be nice. It actually is going to improve the damage output of our Mystic Knights too, because while Mystic Knight has good strength, it is not nearly as high as the Monks, which has like, what, 10 higher baseline, which is a lot of extra strength. Alrighty, who wants to be the punchy white mage? I think I'm gonna be ending up keeping Butts as the Mystic Knight in the end. Because he has the most ability points right now. This is literally how I'm gonna decide this. So what are we gonna do is I'm gonna turn Butts into Monk until he learns Barehanded. Power Armlet, sure. We might also want to buy an armor for you. Then one of you needs to become a white mage for now. Let's go with Lena, I guess. Fairies is already fully equipped with good weapons and everything, so this is fine. And good enough. Back roll for you. Monk has the highest strength and vitality, or stamina, in the entire game, at the cost of relatively low agility, just about the same as White Mage, and literally 0 magic power. Although that largely doesn't matter, because as soon as you attach, let's say, white magic on a character, that character is going to be able to cast white magic anyways with at least a portion, like a good portion of the white mage's magic power. It's a Grimer Lance. Monk is the highest strength outside of the advanced shops. Oh yeah, I guess advanced shops might have higher strength. I actually don't know. I suppose it would kind of make sense, right? Because the Gladiator probably has more strength. I always just think of Monk having the highest strength and stamina, but Gladiator might have more. Gladiator ties it. Interesting. Because I know Oracle is that technically the highest magic power in the entire game. Even higher than... I think Summoner is the second highest. So I probably should set up a straw poll, by the way, so people can vote on what you'd like to see next on the stream. Because I like Final Fantasy V, but maybe we wanna do something else sometime. Or maybe you just wanna stick to it, who knows? Maybe that's exactly why you come here, which is fair. Caves of Cut. I like Caves of Cut, but I will say that it is not the time yet. Why am I trying to go back there? That's silly. Let's knock out some Porobolos, shall we? Or try to anyways. This might be quite awkward. Can you confuse Purobolos? I don't think you can, right? You can... No, I'm pretty sure you cannot. You can control them with a Beastmaster. So... Mind Magic. We can put Mind Magic in the straw poll, I guess. Although, admittedly, not right now. Okay, we're gonna go Sleep Blade with Ferris. I'm just gonna put everything to sleep one by one. Kick does not wake up enemies, does it? I'm pretty sure it does not. At least not in this version. So Kick is a physical attack. Just kind of to demonstrate this, it's a physical attack on all enemies. It's the same as a single punch. Well, almost the same. It has technically very slightly less attack power, but it is also affected by row in this version. If you play the Pixie Master, Kick deals full damage from and into the back row, which is quite nice. But it basically has a 100% chance to hit, hits all enemies, and it's the innate ability of the Monk, which you cannot learn, by the way, which is a bit of a shame. This is only exclusive to Monk specifically. Anyways, each one of these Purobolos has 1500 HP. The first 2 turns they do nothing, they're also relatively slow. So, I'm just having Ferris put them to sleep. On the 3rd turn, these guys have a 1 in 3 chance to attack, do nothing, or explode. Actually, can they do nothing? They might always attack. Anyways, a 1 in 3 chance to explode. Exploding means they deal damage equivalent to their current HP, which is why we are knocking down their HP with kicks right here. Ow. I didn't actually realize how much damage that would be. Also, Monk has a 50% chance to counterattack whenever they get hit by a physical attack. Ooh, we might be dead here. We're not dead yet. I think you're not asleep yet. Alright. Ferris survived, and the nice thing about Mystic Knight's status effect is that they never fail to hit or, well, engage if you physically hit the attack. So, I should have actually cast Protect there, but I kind of forgot that these things even had any remotely good physical offense. Well, I guess our Monk has no defense at all. I forgot to buy anything for equipment. So that's on me. Anyways, now all of them are asleep, and well, there's a few ways of dealing with these guys, but one of them is putting them to sleep and then just knocking them out while they're asleep. Because Kick does not wake up enemies, we're basically just good to go with you though. And enemies or characters in this game never naturally wake up, unless literally everything in the entire battle is asleep. I believe there's like a special event happening when you put all of the characters, including yourself, to sleep, because normally sleep in this game just doesn't wear off at all. But yeah, normally these guys would also counterattack with Life 2, or Arise is called, in order to... Oops, I did not mean to attack, that could be bad. To revive all of their fallen allies. Even though I have Sleep Blade, attacking an enemy that is asleep with a Sleep Blade will wake them up. I meant to... You know what? Let me just demonstrate. I actually don't know if this is gonna wake up enemies and we're gonna die because of it, but everybody's asleep. And again, sleep does not naturally wear off in this game. But if everybody's asleep, after a while, at least I'm hoping this is not a soft lock. That would be a bit awkward. I was pretty sure there was gonna be a special event. I thought there was a special event. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's motion dependent? Maybe. I thought that would happen. I was so sure I wanted to demonstrate it. It's like a little sheep that appears to wake up everybody. Or a ram. I was so certain that there was an event that happens when you put everybody to sleep. Maybe that's a different game? Alright, I guess we softlock instead. Maybe if I hit buttons. No. Maybe you need all 4 characters? That's actually possible. Because Galuf is not in the team right now, this doesn't work. It's in Final Fantasy 6 at any rate. Oh, I might be thinking of Final Fantasy 6 then. Yeah. Alright. Good thing I always save before I go anywhere. I was so sure that there would be a little sheep appearing to wake up your party in case everybody's asleep. But evidently I'm at the wrong game here. See, this is why we do science, and we show instead of just telling as to what happens, because clearly sometimes I'm just wrong. And it's kind of fun, in a weird way, to learn about being wrong. Anyways, I guess we have to play the lottery again. So be it, I suppose, but also this time we can be a bit smarter about it too. Because we're going to actually cast Protect on you. So Bot's doing kicks here is, because self-destruct always deals damage equivalent to their current HP, it just makes sense to have him lower the HP as much as we can, because we can technically survive some self-destruct attacks. Also because them reviving all of their allies is a counterattack. Another method of taking these things down would be actually using your monk's counterattacks, because counterattacks cannot trigger other counterattacks. Effectively what we can do is wait until the monk gets hit, the monk counterattacks. Oh, that's the wrong guy. Also, that's already self-destruct. That's fine. Critical attack. Right, we are still alive, so that's good news. The bad news is that this guy's now awake. And I need to put him to sleep. No! I woke up all of them! Yeah, this is bad. This is really bad. See, this guy's gonna cast Arise on all fallen allies right there. This one too, but all the allies were already fallen. I'm a dingus. Okay. Self-destruct might survive that. Ooh, we do just barely. Good. Because otherwise this would have been the problem. Put this guy to sleep. Also, if Fairy's attack knocks him out, this also works for them not counter-attacking. Or, well, yeah, trying to revive their allies, because they get put to sleep before they get their turn, and they get knocked out of a sleep attack. And so here, now I'm not going to put everybody to sleep. Unlike this guy, you can't get counter attacked. I mean, I feel like that's a very much in Disgaea's nature, isn't it? To get counter attack. You can also silence these guys, by the way, so that way they cannot revive their allies. That also is an option you can do. So we can actually attack with fairies here too. So even though we will wake him up here... Oh, we would wake him up here if I attack with Ferris, because silence prevents them from casting a rise, that would be fine. However, it does not prevent them from casting self-destruct, because that is blue magic and you cannot silence blue magic. I don't know why, but that's just how it is. But yeah, I feel like this guy as Nature is just very over the top to begin with, so it makes sense for counterattacks to be able to trigger other counterattacks. Then you just have a counterattack war until one of them falls, probably. Although it would be kind of fun if you can get into an infinite counter. It's probably a thing you can do, isn't it? Your mime is going to have great stats if you master these jobs, right? Yes. Absolutely. But that's a big if. Anyways, welcome to the next boss here. This is Titan. He is level 1, which means most of your chance to hit spells are easy to land, but he is also flagged as heavy, so a lot of stuff just doesn't work against him anyways. There's also no particular thing we can do with our weapons, so we just hit. And he does do one of two things, either do a regular physical attack or cast Earthshaker. Earthshaker is pretty significant damage to us. Also, it's kind of fun to see that the monk, right? Oh, right, I queued up your attack, but then you get hit in the same move, so you attacked 4 times instead. Anyways, it's kind of fun to see the monk actually dealing good damage right here. So, it is arguably quite alright. Anyways, Earthshaker is pretty massive damage to our entire party. We can heal through it reasonably okay with our White Mage, but it is enough damage that I actually need to heal Lena as a priority instead of putting Protect on her right now. On top of that, when Titan dies, as his last move, he will counterattack with Earthshaker. So it is entirely possible that you have a 4-job Fiesta party consisting of characters that have too low HP to survive the Death Earthshaker. I think this is it right here. Oh wow, Len actually goes down. I thought she would have enough HP. Yeah, I mean it's unlikely I will be mastering more than one job. I'm going to aim to master Monk. Excuse me, I will be aiming to master Mystic Knight as a priority, because it just has good stats across the board. Magic power doesn't really matter too much, because if we put white magic on the character, we get the magic power anyways. It was close, it was close. I think if Galuf was the white mage, excuse me, if Butts or Fairies were the white mage, they have slightly more maximum HP. They might have actually survived. Anyways, this is yet another place where having a white mage is going to pay dividends here. Because this boss, a bit like Archeo Avis, loves to spam multi-target group damaging effects. And it can be quite difficult to survive unless you can dispatch of the Chimera Brain, or I think it's called Manticore in this version. Unless you can dispatch of the Manticore efficiently. And it is weak to a number of status effects. It's also not heavy, so time magic stuff works. It is also susceptible to being poisoned, but the poison ticks are usually not like impactful enough. I'd rather just attack with Ferris here, because the old status effect is gonna have the biggest impact, and we get it immediately. That's lucky. It's going to reduce his stats by a lot, which means his attacks will start dealing less and less damage. At least I think they do. Maybe spells are not affected by the old status effect for enemies. I know physical attacks are in this version. If you play the Super Nintendo version, physical attacks are not affected by the old status effect. Frost is always 240 damage plus HP leak, so again, we are kind of having trouble keeping up, but on the bright side, we're getting to the point where, because Manticore is altered, he's also gonna lose speed. So at some point Lena's gonna be faster than the Manticore and be able to heal up reliably, so it doesn't get extra turns on us. And it also chose to not use an area of effect spell, so we're pretty much good to go now. It has 3300 HP. And at this point, because we already inflicted the old status effect, I might as well just put poison on there. I don't think poison is even worth it, honestly. I feel like I'm spending an extra turn casting the poison effect, and that's not really going to pay off in damage. Probably. I guess it would be about, like, one poison tick is probably about the same damage as another attack. So actually, I think it already paid off. So if we get another poison tick, it will have been worthwhile to use poison. $206, yeah, it's 1/16 of the enemy's max HP. So it was gonna be a bit more than 200 with 3300 maximum HP. And there we go. That went pretty well. Again, White Mage is just amazing if it's not your only character. Especially if your team is struggling with decent damage output like ours. Like Monk right now is fine. Mystic Knight is amazing if you can take advantage of an elemental weakness, but if you are later in the game and the enemy has no elemental weakness, you're just struggling to deal any sensible amounts of damage. The fights are going to be long and drawn out, but White Mage has us covered for that, which is great. Do you want to grab some ethers before we go to World 2? Ethers? What for? For float? Oh, wait, am I supposed to use ethers for what they actually are for? Recovering MP. My brain is so hardwired to think of ethers as I give those to the enemies, so they can cast spells and stuff. I mean, it is a way to recover MP, that's true, that's like what they're supposed to be there for. But it's not enough for me to worry about buying them, to be honest. I'm just gonna buy a bunch of status recovery items, although arguably we don't even need those, because we have White Mage. It took me a solid 20 seconds to realize why you were suggesting the ethers. That's kind of funny. Anyways, I don't think we need the Coral Swords anymore, because we can always cast Elemental Weapon. We don't need the Death Sickle, we don't have a Berserker, we don't have a Ranger, so no bows. We don't have a Chemist, so Turtle Shell, Speed Shake, and a bunch of other things we don't need. Shurikens don't sell for much, but we might as well sell them. Dark Matter, that's a Chemist thing. Gold Armor, way too heavy. I guess we keep the Plumed Hats for now, but they're not gonna be useful for too long. We have gold shields, so we only need one mithril shield anyways. We don't need to whip this. Keep the Sage's surplus, I guess. I think they can equip this. Mimic. No, it's just dancers. I don't know why I thought these could equip weapons too. Maybe I had Mimic or Mime in conjunction with the other characters before. Actually, can they equip? Oh, Mimic can actually equip Thieves' Glove, so that might be helpful later down the road, so we keep that one. Because they can equip boomerangs, I figured I might want to check, and yes, they can. Which is very interesting. Don't need a ribbon though. Alrighty. And we could do a little bit of grinding in the basement. Sure, let's buy an extra few gold needles for that. But yeah, this for MP recovery, I just buy tents. It just feels more are pleased to use 10s in my opinion. Alrighty, and with this we are off into World 2. Not a whole lot else to do. Unless we really wanted to grind out a flame ring for some reason. Angel rings are not that great when you have a white mage anyways. What else? Tent. Attack! Once or twice. Or 3 times. And we win. Sometimes you win. You just get an extra ether if you do. Which is nice. Probably. I mean, at the very least it's 750 gold. Although admittedly I don't usually tend to sell ethers because occasionally there is a use case for giving enemies MP. Although I think the main use case to have an enemy mini our character so we can double our shield evasion is not a concern because we have white mage to just mini our characters ourselves. What else? Float, I guess we can't get float otherwise. But again, we do have a white mage to just easily heal up either way, so it's not as big of a concern as it otherwise could be. So I suppose we're good to go. Alrighty. Gala, you probably shouldn't be a solo white mage here. Let's turn you into a monk instead for this section. With white magic, sure, why not? Right, he has no equipment. Probably should have bought at least some equipment for our monks. But again, we're gonna kit them out sooner rather than later. And we're not really going to battle a whole lot along the way. So it'll be fine. Probably. We have level 3 white magic. So we can cast Protect, halving all physical damage received, which is probably what I should do immediately. I might even want to... Oh, I am in the back row, okay. I was about to say, maybe I even want to move into the back row initially to halve the physical damage received, because this guy, he's not the most dangerous, but he does hit decently hard on a character that has no defense, which, well, we do have no defense. Take this! Yeah, 129, we are in the back row. So now we halve all of that damage received. He has 1500 HP in this encounter. And our monk has a chance to counterattack anytime he hits us. At least I think he does. His attacks might be special. No, we're fine. And yeah, we deal good damage. Rah! 50% chance to counter, and one more volley of attacks should do the trick here. Without Protect, this would have been a lot more sketchy, but it works. Inconceivable. Ryok, thank you so much for a crazy long time of 100 months of support. It's nuts. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you kindly. Holy moly. 3 ditches is just mind-boggling. Alrighty. What do we do next? I think my plan was to have probably 2 white mages with barehanded. And I think the idea was also to keep Butts as the Mystic Knight. Yeah, but he needs to learn the monk stuff first. So I guess Gallup can stay as a monk for now. We're gonna turn him back into a white mage after. He can also be the one healing us up out of combat. Because in combat we will prioritize him having dealing damage, because, well, he can. So I guess it's gonna be Lena for now to be white mage. It's kind of interesting because normally you don't get to decide what combination of jobs you have at this point in the game anymore, because, well, you have 4 jobs unlocked, so you have 1 of each. But because I have the Mimic, or Mime I guess, it's not nearly as clear cut as to which one we're going to be playing as for each character. Also, I'm pretty sure you cannot silence Gilgamesh in this version, so he will get haste and shell up anyways. Well, we should be fine. Hey, Sentiorump! I like that. It's a Sentiorump with 100 rumps. Anyways, these things have 480 HP. And normally dealing lightning damage to them is very easy. Actually, this is an argument for keeping the other weapon, now I think about it. But I didn't keep the other weapon. Can you confuse these? I don't think you can. They are weak to lightning. Oh! We have exactly 480 HP and 240 damage is exactly half. Anyways, if I had the Coral Swords, I would easily one-shot them here. But, well, turns out I did not even need to enchant my weapon either way. I just needed to attack, I guess. Too bad Osmo's Blade is so late. Yeah, I would love to have Osmo's Blade earlier. If you walk like this, you avoid all other extra encounters on the entire bridge. Saving your resources for this encounter here, which can be a bit tricky at times. Also, Gallo gets a plumed hat. This is gonna be a bit of a struggle, because this guy here does hit much harder with physical attacks this time around. Anyways, he hits the back row, this is fine. We try to immediately slow him with the old status effect if we can. Protect on Galaf as a priority. In fact, Galaf can also cast Protect. So he has 6,500 HP. Is that correct? I think it is. After he drops below 2,500 HP remaining, he goes into phase 2, where he will cast Protect Shell and Haste on himself, taking half damage from basically almost all sources, and going twice as fast, and he already is really fast here. In fact, what I might want to do is I might want to not attack with bots here, just to ensure that we get the old status effects going before we hit phase 2. So I think I'll do that. I'm gonna be protecting with Gallop and Butts, just so we hopefully get our thing in here. Wind Slash. Decent chunk of magic damage to us. Cura. Does Monk counter cheese work in this? I wanna say no, but I don't actually know. That's an interesting question, we should try that. The counter cheeses, because counterattacks cannot trigger counters, it depends on whether his second phase is coded as a counter attack or not. Come on, fairies, land the old status, please. But yeah, I don't know if that works. It might. There we go. Good job, fairies. Now we're just gonna wait for a little while. In fact, we might wait for a long while until we need to heal. Goblin Punch. That is basically just a regular physical attack. But it also ignores row, so it deals full physical damage. I didn't keep track of how much HP he had. I think Libra is not gonna work, is it? Yeah. Aging. Everybody is, aren't they? The reason why Libra doesn't work on him is quite simple, because he technically has way more than 6,500 HP. Wait, actually does he? He does in other encounters. I actually don't think he does in this one. Either way, I don't get to see how much HP he has. His spells are also probably not affected by the aging status, but his speed is dramatically slower now. And his physical attacks also are. You guessed that Goblin Punch had an outside shot of hitting its 8 times proc chance if you dropped the exact right level by the time he swung. Yes, actually, probably. We could try to counterattack him, but I unfortunately, I don't know where he is HP wise, so I don't want to just wait for 20 minutes until he slowly hits himself by virtue of attacking our monks. Because I think we're not that close to being to his phase 2. But as you can see, his physical attacks are pretty much neutralized. His spells still should deal the same damage, because while his magic power might be neutralized, I don't think enemies recalculate their magic attack multiplier. Hi, welcome to phase 2. He hastes himself. Normally he would be more than twice as fast as one of our characters with haste, but thanks to him having effectively 1 speed right now, this is not a concern. And jump also still deals full damage, but because we are protecting everybody, that's also not a big concern. We're just not gonna deal much damage ourselves because of the protect. It's gonna be slow going. My goodness. Do you have the healing stuff? You do. Might as well punch butts instead of doing stuff otherwise. In the Super Nintendo version, you can actually silence his face transition, which means he doesn't get to haste and protect himself. And since we have a Mystic Knight, we would have a guaranteed way of inflicting the silence effect. But I'm pretty sure the Game Advance version doesn't do that. Like, he still gets to use his buffs anyways. Not sure why. You can actually still use the mute effect from the Time Mage, which mutes the battlefield instead of the character. That does prevent him from casting. This is actually the only boss battle in the game where you can actually use the mute effect to begin with. I think we would skip his ending dialogue if we defeated him by a counterattack for the last hit. It's kind of funny seeing Electrocute, which is normally like a free turn for us because it deals so little damage, even when he doesn't have the aging status, be technically not the attack that deals the least damage in his arsenal, because physical attacks deal 0 now. Anyways, we slowly whittle him down, 2,500 damage at a time. Wait, no. Would be nice if we got that much damage at a time. The most riveting of boss battles. I mean, it's good music at least. So, and on the second bridge part, same deal, you know where to walk, you don't get into any encounters. Welcome to World 2. What I personally consider to be like World 2 proper, if you will. Bonk. Alrighty, so we get to pick up some more spells. Importantly, for our Mystic Knights, we have Drain, Break, and Bio. Especially Break will see a lot of use. Bio is basically just stronger poison. Poison is just poison element on your weapon. Bio is like double or well triple damage for poison element if the enemy is weak to poison. There's only one boss in the game that is weak to poison. That's not until way later, but it will be useful for that one. Drain Blade deals well, basically, it enchants your weapon with drain effect, so you heal for the same damage that you deal, which is, you know, if you don't have anything else to enchant your weapon with, it's just a fine weapon effect to have, although, because we have a white mage, not nearly as useful as it otherwise could be. And then Break. Break inflicts petrification. And once again, if a Mystic Knight hits an enemy with their status plates, it is guaranteed to land if the enemy is not immune to the effect. And a lot of enemies, and even some bosses, are not immune to being entirely broken. Then we also have White Magic, Blink, and Shell. Both of these effects are insanely good. Like, this is kind of what elevates White Mage from being a good support to be an amazing support. Shell reduces all magic damage taken by half, which is incredibly good. And Image just negates the next 2 physical attacks from enemies, which is also incredibly good, all things considered. Then we wanted to buy a bunch of holy water here, and later on we want to buy what's the word? Later on we want to buy high potions, so our other characters can also heal if they want to. Very famously, one of the net parts is not immune to break. Yes. White Mage already gives us a solution to Almagest anyways. Mystic Knight just allows us to destroy it either way. But funnily enough, it actually might be beneficial for me to keep the Almagest part alive and leave it as the last enemy remaining to break it at the very end. So we can knock out the Grand Cross portion and not have to deal with that random stuff anymore. But with the funny fairy orcs earlier, if you cast Cure on them, they heal your entire party with Curaga, which is very nice of them. Kind of makes me think that these fairy orcs are not actually enemies, but they're actually trying to help you. Because if you have a dead party member, they also try to revive that character. 50% of the time they revive a zombie instead of a character, but 50% of the time they also revive you. So I don't know what's the deal with those fairy orcs, but I would love to see more history and story explored with those characters. Such a weird little piggy. Lamp last, just not with lamp. Something like that. Those blood slimes are weak to fire, the other enemies in here are weak to lightning, except for the blue-winged wyvern enemies. Forget what they're called. Also, where you get encounters is always the exact same location in this place. Which encounter you get is random. Heal. Galuf should heal us for almost the same as Lena does right now. Because he only has level 3 white magic, he gets like, I don't know, 80% of the white mage's magic power. So he still has a bit less than mana, so his heals are not as strong. But since I don't plan on healing with him in combat anyways, it just makes sense to use his healing in the overworld, or well, in the menus. Alrighty, this is the Tyrannosaurus. It has 5000 HP, and notably loves to counterattack with rather dangerous things. But also, notably, apparently this is a first for the Final Fantasy series. He is an undead enemy, or well, even boss, that is not immune to instant death from rays or phoenix stones. Just need to get a bit lucky to hit them. But I would say it's like a 75% chance to land your phoenix stone. Which, you know, still gonna miss them reasonably frequently, but it's decent odds. I actually don't know what the actual odds are. Like one of the few things that's a mystery to me and you can't just look it up to my knowledge. Do you think Monk is the bottom tier job or is there a worse one, Freelancer aside? Freelancer is really good. Freelancer is one of the best jobs, actually. Mimic might be actually at the bottom. Then again, not really, because it synergizes with a lot of jobs really, really well. It's just the catch is Mimic's needs other jobs in order for it to be useful. Like by itself, Mimic is not as useful as Freelancer. Freelancer is great after you master jobs. The thing is, you can equip everything as a Freelancer, and that is very powerful. So I think even before mastering things, the Freelancer is great. Anyways, would I say Monk is bottom tier? Arguably, yes. Honestly, there's not a whole lot of jobs I would rate below Monk. Mimic without any other jobs, I would probably rate below Monk. Although that's still debatable because you can just break rods still. That's a very good question, actually. I do think Monk is absolutely one of the weaker ones, all things considered. I like Monk, and as somebody else mentioned earlier, he's actually pretty competent in World 1 and early World 2 before it falls off in terms of damage relative to other potential characters. Maybe you're thinking Mime instead of Freelancer? Yeah, Mime is a lot more hit and miss, I guess. Trying to think. A Moogle costume, put it on. Kinda reminds me, I could have gotten the other elemental from the Walls Castle basement. But I tend to forget about it if I don't grab it early as a thief. Anyways, we have a second elemental now and a Dancing Dagger. Dancing Dagger has a 50% chance to execute a dance move instead of attacking normally. And the dance move is one of 4 potential outcomes. It's Tempting Tango to confuse an enemy, and the special thing about Tempting Tango is that it doesn't have a chance to hit. It just will confuse the enemy if they're not immune to it, which actually is a really useful effect. Even though we have a white mage to cast Confuse, in some specific circumstances the Dancing Dagger is actually going to be more desirable. Mostly if the enemy has really high magic evasion or a really high level, or maybe both. Then another dance is effectively the same effects as the Black Mage's spells Drain, as well as Osmose, or absorbing HP and absorbing MP, with Mystery Waltz MP and Jitterbug Duet absorbing HP. Both of these effects are, by the way, inverted if you are targeting a zombie enemy, which there's gonna be a bunch of zombies in the upcoming area, so Dancing Dagger not necessarily the most reliable weapon against them. Although it is by far the strongest weapon you have access to at this point in the game. And I guess only our Mystic Knight can equip it, which is kind of funny to think about. But yeah, I would argue, as a baseline, I don't think there's any, like, bad jobs, but clearly there's other jobs that are just stronger. So, as much as I would say Monk has really good use cases, and especially if you play the Pixel Remaster, with Kick dealing full damage into the back row, making it actually really competent area of effect attacks, especially if you have an equipped weapon of sorts on it. It's pretty decent with that. But it would still kind of categorize it as one of the weaker jobs, relatively speaking. So yes, I guess I would rate Monk as the weakest one of the bunch. But as you can see, it deals much more damage than Mystic Knight right now. Or the White Mage. And I will be using the Barehanded ability from the Monk to boost the Mystic Knight's and White Mage's attack power by a lot. And functionally give them also usable weapons, if you will. Without much ability point investment, so it's still really good, right? That's kind of the funny thing, in my opinion. Yeah, I struggle coming up with a class I would consider to be weaker than Monk. Like even Geomancer I would rate above a Monk. I would rate Dragoon above a Monk, because you can equip weapons. That's literally it. And yet, it's still a very valuable part of our team right now. Geomancer is really nice because, kind of like Monk, you only need to invest a few ability points, job points if you will, into that class in order to unlock its main ability use. And then you can just slap it on any other character that doesn't have anything else to do. Your White Mage doesn't know what they can do, Gaia, or Terrain, depending on translation. Your Thief doesn't have a good weapon right now, or does not want to be in the front row because the enemy hits like a truck, like X-Def. Just Gaia them, it's fine. It might not be as much damage as other classes, but it's still better than what they otherwise could do. On average, anyways. Don't want to have your Dancer in the front row because, well, they have such low maximum HP. Slap Gaia onto them, it's good. It's not reliable. Kind of like dancing. Gaia is notoriously unreliable and has the reputation for it for a reason. But it even has a bunch of encounters, including the final boss, where Gaia is just really good. People don't like the random aspects? Yes, that's kind of the same reason I think why people don't tend to like playing with Berserkers, which, you know, perfectly understandable, it makes sense. You can argue Berserker could be rated below the Monk. Maybe it's on the same level as Monk, which is kind of funny because those two are the only chop classes that have zero magic power, exactly. Maybe you could even say you can rank the classes by magic power, and for the most part, that's a good tier list. But yeah, the random aspect definitely is something that kind of can rub you the wrong way. And it's very understandable, right? It's just not that fun when you feel like randomness can screw you over. Anyways, we're gonna take a short detour down here Because down here we're actually gonna get a lot of ability points. And this is why I bought a bunch of gold needles, because if you run into... well, that's just mean. Because if you run into golem type enemies, statue type enemies, and you use an item that normally cures petrification, like the gold needle, it just instantly kills these guys. And these enemies, as you could see, given the opportunity, they hit hard. Like, these things are no joke. But also, because they are a guaranteed one-shot with a gold needle, we can knock them out very easily. So if you ever need money, this is amazing. If you need ability points, this is decent for ability points for what it's worth. And right now I'm looking to get the barehanded ability for my monks. So these encounters with just 2 statues give us 1000 gold, tiny bit of experience is negligible, and 4 ability points. 4 ability points is actually quite a lot. And then on top of that, if you get into the encounter with more statues, you get even more money and more ability points. And yes, these guys also have the twin lance as a rare steal, so if you have a thief in your team, if you are willing to try for a while to get the rare steal from these guys, the twin lance is an insanely good weapon at this point in the game. Even though the thief has really low base strength, it's still probably going to be your best physical damage dealer if you stick the thief in the front row with a twin lance. And even better if you happen to have a ninja as well as a thief. Both of them can equip it. Counts as a boomerang weapon of sorts. Funnily enough, Mimic will be able to equip that too. And because the Twin Lance has both decently strong attack power, way higher than any other weapon we have at this point by the way, but also on top of that has... like, it just straight up attacks twice for full damage, is actually better than a lot of the late game weapons too, as long as the enemy doesn't have too much physical defense. Hey! Hello, welcome, or welcome back. You still love the Too Soft to Live, one of the PS era Final Fantasy does. Yeah, I didn't actually see that message when I played Final Fantasy V for the PlayStation, which is where I thought that was from, but apparently it isn't. Anyways, we just learned barehanded on Butts here. Excellent. So we're gonna give you your Mystic 9 rollback, because once again, barehanded allows you to deal the same barehanded damage as a monk, which right now might actually be our best damage output. But even if it isn't, it also transfers the monk's strength over to our Mystic Knight now. So right now Butts has 54 strength, so 50 baseline strength from a Mystic Knight as opposed to the Mystic Knight's baseline 38. So we get 12 strength. That is a crazy amount to gain from just putting barehanded on a character. And this is the same reason as to why putting barehanded onto your White Mage is actually not just a funny thing where the White Mage just punches a little bit of damage, it's the same damage as a Monk would do, because you get the full strength from the Monk with barehanded, which is just really good. Final Fantasy 9 was Too Soft to Live. Ah, that's where that comes from. I couldn't remember where that came from, but I remember seeing it. Dungeon Antiqua 2. It is a $7 to $8 Steam game with a Final Fantasy 8 shop-like system that takes about 15 hours to beat. Never heard of that one. Let me go and open that on Steam so I can take a look at it later. Thanks for the suggestion. Dungeon Antiqua 2. It also appears to have some DLC stuff though. Oh, this looks very Final Fantasy IV inspired with this style. Maybe even 3. Looks interesting, thank you for the suggestion. Alrighty, how much more do you need? One more encounter. Caliph. That was one of the monthly challenges for the Forge of Fiesta server. Final Fantasy V like chop system, not 8. Did I say 8? I probably said 8 when you comment like that, didn't I? Alrighty. So, Monk is done with you, so you become this one. With barehanded. I'll still keep my white mage in the back row for the most part. And I guess Lena's gonna be our punchy girl now. She also looks a lot like Chun-Li, so maybe she's the best monk anyways. Some would argue in that favor, I would argue. Okay. Good enough for me. Move everybody else to the front row. We could... I guess Ferris has now much higher Mystic Knight ability points. Should we aim to master Ferris's Mystic Knight? One of the Mystic Knights I want to master. I guess no harm in just having two, honestly. Then again, aside from Mystic Knight and Mimic, we don't need a high magic sword level on any of the characters, so actually there's not much of a point in having a second character master Mystic Knight. I would much rather have a second character master Monk. Is that right? No, a second character master White Mage actually. Because White Mage is going to be much more useful. Do you have barehanded? No, right? No, yes he does, he literally just learned it. No, I think Big One actually have two White Mages here. Yeah. Two White Mages with barehanded. This is the way. I love it. I love that this is my solution. It just makes the most sense. Also, normally I like to give all the speed stuff to my fastest character already, but in this case, White Mage is not the most well known for good defenses, so Elemental if you have 1 in 3 chance to block physical attacks feels like the correct move. Holy punch. Yeah, they're gonna be battle priests now. Wait, that is literally the concept of a battle priest, isn't it? I'm thinking battle priest from Ragnarok Online. There actually used to be a short time where some battle priests were experimenting with literally not using a weapon in that game, because the barehanded attack speed was so much higher than using the maces, which are notoriously slow unless you have a blacksmith to boost your attack speed in that game. Turns out it didn't end up being faster, but it was surprisingly comparable, or stronger, but it was surprisingly comparable. So sometimes, taking off your weapon as a battle priest in that game ended up actually being a fine choice. Then those people went and played Combo Monk. Well, that's the funny thing, I didn't. Also, we picked up the Great Sword. It's the strongest regular sword right now that we can find, so we equip it. Yeah, I tried out Monk for a while, but it just didn't hit the same as a Battle Priest. So I went back to Battle Priest soon after. Although I did eventually make an Investigate Monk, or whatever it's called in your version. Basically, the attack that dealt more damage, the higher the enemy's physical defense was. Aquaria, if not. You loved Aquaria, been thinking about doing a replay recently? Alrighty, this guy here, I don't remember. I think he's not immune to petrifications of Break Blade, which just one-shot him, but instead of doing that, why not just punch him a bunch? I love the white mages in the front like that. This is just great. Like, we could use Break Blade, but why bother? The monks are first punching just fine. Combo monk's fun for you. You might have to fire up the battle priest next time you get the itch. That's fair. Speaking of dimensions, did you install the NVIDIA drivers from the website or from Windows Update? I did that when I reinstalled the PC, unless they have a new driver since then. I highly doubt that would make an impact, unfortunately. You're a gunslinger enjoyer. Gunslinger's really expensive. Honestly, that's kind of the thing. I never experimented much with Gunslinger because it was so expensive to play. It was fun for the little bit I had, and my friend made both a ninja and a gunslinger, but because you just needed so much money just for the ammunition, and then on top of that the extra equipment specifics, I just never managed to really get into it because it always felt like I was just shooting away money. To expand on Aquaria, you play as a mermaid with musical magic, incredible soundtrack and some great area vibes. Okay, so let me actually start making a list for what game should we play next on stream. We're definitely gonna put Aquaria onto that straw poll. Then I kind of want to put some mystery games onto that straw poll too, which is gonna be Blueprints. I think Axiom Verge is one that people keep suggesting as well. Axiom Verge was the mystery one, right? When you were too broke for Gunslinger, you ended up playing Tech 1. Yes, I played a lot of... Tech 1 ended up being my latest like War of Imperium edition for like the Guild versus Guild Battlegrounds. So that's kind of the character that I ended up focusing on. The original idea was for it to just hunt down opposing guild leaders before they can recall their entire guild behind our defensive lines, because so Linkers and Tech 1 Masters could bypass barriers by literally jumping over them. So I mostly was just focusing on hunting those down. But it was also pretty good when I got into the opponent's defenses with my double cursing silence book and magnum brick. Worked okay. Blueprints has miles of depth. If you actually want to truly finish that game though, expect it to be quite time consuming. Worth it, but there's so much. Yes, that's actually pretty much what I'm going for. And I think I'm just gonna say that I will probably not return to Emuram, which is a bit of a shame. But it kind of feels too disconnected from when I last played it. And it was interesting, but I guess not. It didn't hook me enough for me to immediately go back, which is what I should have done to play that game again. Hello, welcome to Evil Knievel. Hope you're doing well. Gunslinger, the Guildhall class? Pretty much, yes. You've heard good stuff about Blueprints, yeah. So we have Aquaria, Blueprints, and Axiom Verge. I kind of don't want to put Final Fantasy Dimensions onto the list, sorry Viola Car, until we get the transparency thing figured out. What else can we do? Final Fantasy 11. You know, I probably should put Final Fantasy 3 on that list. Or 2 someday. I don't really feel like playing Final Fantasy games right now, to be fair. Those will be a priority someday, but not right now. Let me actually check something real quick. No, never mind. Alrighty, so we have 3 items on that list for now. So we did get a good chunk of money, so let's invest this into equipment. We finally need to equip our poor monks. So, a twist headband for the monk. This is +2 strength, I think, which is actually a pretty huge boost. Power sash for monk and for our Mystic Knight. Even though Mystic Knight could equip heavy armor, Power sash gives +3 strength, which is what I prefer. And then we can even consider buying power armlets. These give +3 strength, which once again is actually really good. But I'd rather keep the elemental on my more squishy white mages in the front row, so they have an additional chance to dodge physical attacks. So I think this is my setup for now. We could technically buy Wizard's hats for the white mages instead of the plumed hats, as well as Gaia gear. Honestly, Gaia gear is a worthwhile upgrade. It's a decent bit of extra defenses for our white mages. And sure, Wizard's hat too. This also gives a bit of extra magic power. This might be like the one time I'm considering buying gauntlets, because Ferris right now has no accessory. But it'll be fun. Alright. Gaia gear, Wizard's hat, twist headband, power sash. By the way, our monk now has +8 strength. Up to 60 strength, which is a crazy number. Just in general. Then power sash for you. Still the mithril helmet, you know, that's good enough. You don't need more. Gauntlet is just defense, in case you're curious. Aside from that, we don't need any weapons. We could buy a sleep blade, but we have Mystic Knight, we can just guarantee to sleep with blades. There's no new magic here to be bought, so this means we're just gonna go ahead and buy high potions. It's not many, but they heal for 500, so even if our characters don't have white magic equipped, they will be able to heal for a good chunk. Actually more than a white mage can heal single target even. You've had a lot of Forge of Fiesta. Yeah. I do feel like mystery gamers, or mysterious gamers, in the case of probably Aquaria. I actually have no idea how mysterious it's gonna get. It's kind of what I'm intrigued by right now. Golem, go away. Doesn't even give us ability points, he just slaps us once and runs. Oh hey look, bone dragons, these things are weak to fire. Actually, can you break them? I don't remember, let's try it. They are also undead, so technically we could heal them to death. I think they have like, what, 2000 HP, so our damage output is not that great. Let's see, do you one-shot them? Yes. So, all of the damage our white mages are trying to deal here, and the monk, basically it doesn't matter too much unless we get a crit or two. Kinda like that. And even then, as soon as Ferris gets her next turn, we would probably just be better off sitting in the back row and taking less physical damage in turn instead of punching. Because Breakblade is just that ridiculous. Yeah, we leave the cats alone. Much more effort than they're worth in my opinion. Unarmed does make White Mage kind of useful, pretty much. Also, since it does not matter which weapon I equip for the purposes of Breakblade, because the damage doesn't matter. If it works, they get one shot anyway, so we might as well equip the Main Gauche for the additional 25% chance to block physical attacks. Bone would put a character into critical HP. Tail is an attack that also paralyzes. So we managed to resist the bone attack, so that's nice. And Main Gauche coming in handy already. Barehanded does make White Mage kind of useful for physical clearing, yes. The only downside is they can't equip like the medium armor that the monks can. So they are a bit weaker in terms of physical defense, and they don't get the extra boost for strength from the equipment either. Although they can equip power rings if we want to do that. So these Poison Eagles have what, 70% physical evasion? But they only have like 100 HP, so if we ever hit them, we do actually one-shot them guaranteed. And once more, daggers cut enemies' physical evasion in half, so Ferris has the highest chance of hitting it. Does dagger give her more speed versus a sword, or does weight only come on armor? Weapons don't have weight, which now that you mention it, it's actually kind of a bit weird, isn't it? But no, weapons are... only unless I equip the dancing dagger, which does give +1 agility, then it doesn't matter for speed purposes. It's just a 25% chance to dodge or block physical attacks. With the Main Gauche is why I equip it. And sure, Ferris already has the highest defenses, but might as well boost that some more. Speaking of defenses, Bone Mail is a double-edged sword. This is literally the highest physical defense in the game. It is insane on how little damage enemies do. Like the bone dragons in this area, if you have a little bit of extra defense on top of a bone mail, they literally deal 0 damage to you guaranteed. It's crazy. The downside, of course, is that your cactus then also undead. So, if you try to heal them normally in combat, they will take damage instead. There's a few ways to heal the cactus anyways, like through elemental absorption, like a flame shield and fire damage, or... Sorry Golem, I don't play into back attacks. Okay, like fire absorption or even white wind from... White Wind from Blue Mage also can bypass the Bone Mail's inverted healing effect. Also, these zombie dragons have like 4,500 HP, but it doesn't matter because we one-shot them anyways with Breakblade. This is an argument to having a second Mystic Knight in the team instead, because all enemies right now are susceptible to Breakblade. But it's fine. So here, there's not really much of a reason for anybody else to attack. I guess we could throw a Phoenix down at the zombie dragon, because it is not flagged as heavy in the code, so it will get one-shot by it. But also, a Phoenix down costs 1,000 gold. Admittedly, Dragon Fangs sell for 2,500 that are guaranteed from the zombie dragons. So that's a thing. Also, by the way, as a PSA, I guess. Don't try to use Phoenix Downs on the Pixel remastered versions on Zombie Dragons because it doesn't work. They are flagged as heavy in that version. That's arguably a bug fix, but very inconvenient. If to attempt a redemption arc. I see. Good luck on embarking on that journey, Antfi. Bum, 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 bum. One in 16 back attacks. How rude. But it's okay. Alrighty, do I want to do anything special here? Not really. Actually, I want to equip the knife on Ferris, funnily enough. Although we could just kick our way to victory. So maybe this is entirely unnecessary. Yeah, it's fine. I intentionally leave Ferris in the back row here. So, this is his Dragon Pod. It has 12,000 HP. It's not flagged as heavy, which means time magic stuff works in it. It also is not immune to instant death from various effects, except it is immune to petrification. However, you cannot put it to sleep, but you can put its little helpers to sleep. So Dragon Pod, all the big flower does is summon the little flowers. The little flowers have 100 HP each, and each one of them has a different status effect associated with it. If they hit you with a physical attack, and you cannot evade their attacks, by the way, they're guaranteed to hit, they will inflict that status on you. However, they also are literally have no resistance against any status effect. So I'm putting one to sleep. And because enemies that are asleep never wake up, we can just repeat that. So right now, the bottom flower, which I think is... No, I don't remember what status effect that is, honestly. Anyways, 2 flowers asleep. The left 2 most ones tend to be the most dangerous because they inflict confusion and paralysis. Gonna wait with Ferris until the big flower summons another flower. The one on the right uses the old status effect. So there's that. And with this, we are pretty much done here. And move Ferris to the front row so she can deal damage later. So the thing is, the big flower does not resummon all of the little ones unless all of them are dead every turn. However, after 3 or 4 turns it will resummon the little ones. By then it's probably already mostly dead, but this is why I keep the knife. The knife is the most basic weapon. It deals the least amount of damage, because the little flowers only have 100 HP. Putting them to sleep with spells normally is quite tricky, because they have a lot of magic evasion, but because Mystic Knight's effects always land, it's just fine. Also, maybe I should have just attacked. There we go. Sleep this one, and we're just not going to worry about knocking out the leftmost flower, which is gonna put it to sleep, because Ferris is most likely faster than it. Although they did already start charging up their action bars, the enemies did. But Ferris might still be fast. Yeah, we're fine. Alright. So all of the little flowers are asleep. Alternatively, what I could just do is just have the monk kick. That's it. The monk kick will guaranteed knock out of all of the enemies. because we only need to deal 100 damage. But this feels a little bit cleaner, where we just crowd control all of the little guys and we win. You can also inflict the old status effect with the Ancient Sword on the big flower for it to not resummon the little flowers as frequently. Because it doesn't attack itself, but it will just slow it down, because it eventually only has 1 speed remaining with the old status effect. Alright, and we're done here. After we knock out all the little guys too. The elixir is a guaranteed drop from the boss, if I'm not mistaken. This is your least favorite boss. That's a fair assessment. Okay, sure, why not? Let's fight these guys. So these guys are... I'm pretty sure they're immune to... petrification. Oh, they also have really high physical defense apparently, so maybe we should just cast Cura at them, because they are still undead, so they will take damage from healing. So the idea of this battle here is that you help Golem survive, and then he stops slapping you around in random encounters afterwards. And also, if you have a summoner, he will actually help you with this. So, what we can do is we can heal Golem, and technically we also can even cast Protect on Golem to half the damage he's receiving. And we can also use Cure to deal damage to these undead nuisances. But all of that pales in comparison to how much damage Ferris is going to deal to them, to be completely honest. Just a casual 1500 damage. Actually, I think some Cura spell casts might knock them out right here. We could also multi-target Cura if we feel like it. Heal Golem at the same time as dealing damage to these guys. It's not great damage. But again, the reward is that Golem will no longer just start slapping us around in the random encounters. He is gonna be replaced by a different random encounter, I guess. I'm pretty sure that Bone Dragon is dead very soon, but maybe I'm overestimating or underestimating how much HP he has in this encounter. These are like special variants of the enemies. Right, I have no longer any need to heal Golem. As long as Ferris doesn't miss the next 7 attacks, we should be fine here. Also, as you can see, Ferris gained 1 entire turn on everybody else because she has so much higher speed. Vampire! I didn't even realize you could do that. Well, that's annoying. Vampire in this version of the game deals damage equivalent to your missing HP. How much HP do you even have? $4,000. Fantastic. I forgot he had that in this encounter. He does not normally have it, of course. Are you There's no reason to finish this battle. You don't even get experience or ability points for it. Well, sorry Golem, I guess we couldn't save you. I actually did try. Oh, we can try again. You can't even silence the vampire effect, by the way. This is the part where I'm considering using a dagger, because apparently this thing has absurdly high physical evasion. Or alternatively, we just got unlucky. That's also entirely possible. What is their physical evasion actually? Let's see. My goodness. Excuse me. Accidentally activated the console or something. Bone Dragon. Bone Dragon. Bone Dragon. Golem Battle, there we go. The Bone Dragon has 10% physical evasion. Okay, what about the Zombie Dragon? 10%! Ferris missed, what, 3 or 4 times? At a 10% chance, apparently. Well, surely that's not gonna happen again. That would be weird. You gotta help me. You thought break worked on them, does it? No, Zombie Dragon is immune to petrification. Oh, the other guy is not. Actually, break does work on the Bone Dragon, but not the Zombie Dragon. Good job. Well, that's... Fairies, please stop doing that. It's getting silly. Very annoying. Wrong it. It didn't matter. She misses anyways. The 10% chance. Does the episode have an innate chance to miss? It always feels like it has horrible accuracy. Epi. No, it's 100%. It's just sometimes you get unlucky. That's so silly. Anyways, one more hit with fairies will knock that guy out. Unless they increase the evasion on these guys, but I don't think they did. This is just random. It's what happens sometimes. There we go. Good job, fairies. I knew you could do it. Actually, to be fair, I didn't know you could do this, considering your last performance, but, you know, you did it now. Good job. Rip your 4-top Fiesta version this year, Android version on a 13-year-old device which can no longer Google off. Soft locked and then decided to phone home and realized you couldn't. Oh. That's annoying. Right, I could just breakblade this thing. These dragons wrecked Golem every time you got it encountered in the 4-top Fiesta this year. Yeah, I mean, unless you have good damage output, you might have to heal Golem in order to knock them out before they knock out Golem. Especially if they decide to just Vampire, which is just really rude. Are we saving Golem because this is 5th top Fiesta? No, we're saving Golem because, I don't know, I like Golem. And I thought this was gonna be a lot faster than it ended up being. That's the main reason. There's no functional reason for me to save Golem outside of not getting into a random encounter, getting slapped and then he runs away anymore. That always rubs me the wrong way. Or slaps me the wrong way, if you will. When an enemy just is faster than even the fastest of my characters and gets to do that. Alrighty, fairies, please equip daggers again. My goodness. Your accuracy with this sword apparently is horrible. Zombie breath. Can they do zombie breath turn 1? Actually don't remember, but I think they only use zombie breath when they're the last enemy remaining in a battle. I'm actually not sure about that. Break. Boom. Good. If you play Final Fantasy V Solo Character Challenge Run, sometimes you get into this kind of encounter as a back attack. One of them paralyzes you, the other one throws you a bone, putting it to critical HP. And then afterwards they just hit you once and you lose. It's one of the more dangerous encounters for a Solo Character Challenge Run. But this is kind of where the part where the bone mail's absurdly high defense could come into play, and you can nullify their damage entirely with high enough physical defense thanks to the bone mail. Break. Oh wow, we got a crit. Should have targeted the Poison Eagle specifically then. Too late. Claw just inflicts poison, which is a bit inconvenient, but it'll happen. We won the one death coin flip right there. Because 2 times a 70% chance to miss means in 2 attacks that's a 49% chance to miss both. Basically con flip. I'm actually not entirely sure why I'm fighting these guys. It's not usually worthwhile. I could heal Farius, but I'm pretty sure she gets another turn before this guy gets to move. And we're out of here. Almost. And in town with a lot more money. Whee. Alright, I think I'm gonna buy... Well, actually, first let's sell stuff that we don't need anymore. Don't need a ninja suit anymore, or this. I guess Ancient Sword might have some fringe uses. I don't remember what the fringe uses might be, but it's fine. Hypnocron, it's a ton of money. Don't need the plumed hats anymore. Can't sell Golem, by the way. Excuse me. Alright, then. Let's buy up to 30 Phoenix Stones, just in case we need to revive somebody with more than just a sliver of HP remaining. Then having a stack of high potions probably will last us the rest of the game, and we won't have to buy anything else anymore. Just kind of the nature of having a white mage in your team. It's not really necessary to have these healing and reviving items, but it's nice to have them on hand when you need to. Because again, high potions do heal more than single target Cure Ra right now. And it's not until a little bit later where we get Cure Ra Ga, but even then, it does cost MP. Greg is vulnerable to ult in most fights. Yes, actually the next one in the boat is one of those two, that's true. Alrighty. Anyways, I'm looking for suggestions as to which game we're gonna be playing next, so we could put those into straw poll. Currently on the list I have Aquaria, Blueprints and Axiom Verge. I'm kind of looking for a more mystery kind of exploration game, so if you have suggestions for one of those, let me know. There's technically actually some that I would like to play sometime, but it's actually not out yet. The Nonolith apparently is also very intriguing. Mystery exploration, yes, pretty much. Sorry, spaced out for a bit. What about the game Hori Playland? I've never heard of Hori Playland. What's that? Sorry, I kinda spaced out for a bit there. Disco Elysium would fit the bill for mystery exploration. Kinda does, yeah. We did already dance that dance. And while I enjoyed my time with the game, I think it was reasonably apparent from the viewing numbers that not that many people were interested, or because it's the kind of game that they would like to play themselves sometime, they were not watching because of that. But then again, who knows? Hori Plant. What is Hori Plant? Let's see. Incremental idle pixel graphic casual horror 2D. I'm not looking for an idle game right now. Also, a horror game does not tend to fit my bill, to be completely honest. It's hard to explain, but it's on Steam. It does say horror, so I presume there's at least some intrigue there. You're happy watching games that Yaga is happy playing. I appreciate that, thank you. I've never heard of that one. I don't tend to do well with horror. At all. That actually mostly comes down to my audiophobia, where sudden loud noises, or the possibility / danger of sudden loud noises, tends to be exceptionally unpleasant to me. Well, anxiety-inducing even. So I don't tend to play these kind of games. Like, Soma is like the type of horror game that I would be interested in playing sometime, but I don't know if there's many of that sort in there somewhere. Not sure it's horror, but it's a setting. Right, that's fair. Like, I tend to play some games despite their theme. And this would be one of such cases if I were to play that one. Lacuna, a sci-fi noir adventure. Lacuna, sci-fi noir. Lacuna? A murder, hack, and bombing, all it takes to plunge the solar system into war. Let's see. A fair suggestion. Although I have to admit, I'm more tangentially interested in noir kind of detective stories, personally. It's not bad. You were gonna say Soma for horror. It has a mode where the monsters don't attack, doesn't it? Yes, they did implement such a thing. But the thing is, I think, well, I did already watch like 2 Let's Plays of the game, so it's not gonna be necessarily the type or the specific horror game that I would be looking for, but even like without the enemies disabled and such, it would have still been playable to me, if that makes sense. Let's equip the Ancient Sword because, well, we can all kill the Meteor, or at least try. A different kind of horror game is To the Moon. It's absolutely not actually horror, but man. It's terrifying the kind of emotions a game like To the Moon can evoke. But it's also not what I'm looking for right now either, to be fair. Anyways, Gobbledygooks. They don't have that much HP, so we are probably fine. Just attacking with everybody here. Paradise Kill is a fascinating narrative mystery if you're up to a lot of reading and things being very weird. I think I've heard of that one before. Paradise Kill. It's even 75% off right now. No, actually I don't know that one. I've never heard of that one though. I was thinking of a different kind of game. Interesting. Anyways, welcome to Gilgamesh. This is Gilgamesh on the boat. He has a grand total of 8,888 HP. And once he drops below 6,000 HP remaining, he will cast... he will call in Enkidu, excuse me. And Enkidu is gonna heal both of them for 4,000 HP. Probably undoing all of the damage we did until that point. But also, we can halve pretty much all of the damage he does, thanks to our very handy Protect ability. We could even activate Shell from our white mages too, if I were so inclined. Also, we could use Blink instead to negate 2 physical attacks instead of just reducing the damage. But honestly, Shell is actually kind of a good idea. Because Shell doesn't just halve the magic damage we receive, it also halves the chance for spells to hit too. And that is gonna be actually quite helpful once Enkidu comes around and potentially can just... well, vampire us. You already saw how strong Vampire can be. Anyways, then heal yourself. I think I forgot to shell one person. I don't know who it was. I think you can see who has which status effect when it lets you cycle through them. Anyways, we attack with the Ancient Sword still. There he goes. All status applies. His physical attack is gonna be pretty much nullified. Who doesn't have shell yet? It doesn't tell me. I know Ferris does. Maybe you don't. Anyways, punch, punch, punch. How about Return of the Obra Dinn? That is a great one. But yes, we did that one already. But that is a fantastic suggestion, nonetheless. Okay, we're gonna use Drain Blade because there's no elemental swords that we can use. So we might as well just heal back any damage that he might deal to us. Have I played Fez? No, actually that's a great suggestion too. Actually I do feel like Fez should be on that list. Let's add Fez to that list. Because I've only ever heard of Fez, but I refuse to look up any gameplay because it sounds like the game I would like to play sometime. How about Elayon Noir? Again, I'm not interested in noir type games for now. Maybe some other time. But good suggestion, because it's a good game. That one in particular I happen to have already watched a Let's Play of anyways, so it wouldn't be entirely blind for what it's worth. Anyways, Enkidu, can I... I don't know if I can. Petrify him. No, he's immune to petrification. He's also immune to confusion, so I guess we just try to damage him. Slowly. Our damage output is not good into the back row. But because he just keeps healing Gilgamesh if we don't hit him directly, kind of need to deal with Enkidu. We could just try and deal enough damage so Gilgamesh goes down before too long. But yeah, I think my important thing to do here is just hit Enkidu as much as we can. He has a 20% chance to evade physical attacks, by the way, so we will miss. But basically, the reason why I'm focusing so much on him is quite simply because if he uses Vampire, he heals back to full. We have a good chance to resist Vampire, but yeah. And if we leave him alive, then he heals for the current amount of HP he has right now with White Wind. We have to heal Guts here. Oh, very annoying. This might be like one of the few battles where attrition is not our friend. Can you ult him? Yes, actually we could try to ult Enkidu as well. That's White Wind. He has 2000 HP remaining right now. Slightly less, because he deals with the same amount of HP he has. Please stop missing, guys. My goodness. It's only a 20% chance to miss, come on. You would suggest the root trees are dead, but that doesn't lend itself for stream view. So you say, what about the darkest files for a slight detective game? The darkest files, I don't know that one. Come on, get him. Get him, guys. We can do this eventually. Octopath Traveler 2. I tried playing that one. I don't know, I don't really resonate with Octopath Traveler, unfortunately, it turns out. Like, it looked great. I really enjoyed watching Magus play a bunch of Octopath Traveler. Also, Enkidu down. We win. Slowly, but surely. But I think Octopath Traveler just has too many little side objectives without the challenge, if you will, that I'm interested in. Like, it's kind of too disparate of a game almost, too many checklists for me. I think that's kind of what it boils down to. And yes, I've done Tunic. What about Crazy Hyper Dungeon Chronicles? I don't know that one. Crazy Hyper... I'll just hold down the E button. Hyper Dungeon Chronicles. I don't remember this at all. I'm actually scroll up a little bit so I don't miss anything. You would love to say Trails in the Sky, but it's not really a big mystery added to it. I mean, it's a fair suggestion. Kudelka and Shadowheart are some of your favorite games ever. Kudelka is so weird. Another one of those games that I was absolutely fascinated to watch, like a long review essay mystery thing of. Same with Shadowheart. Actually, both of them were covered by Majular on YouTube. One of my favorite YouTube essayists, if you will. Actually, it might be my favorite YouTube essayist right now. Octopath gives you a bunch of things to do, because it gives you time to experiment and play around with your options. And then the final boss is there to make sure you've used them all. Yeah, to be fair, I didn't get that far into the game, right? But basically, I think the thing for me for Octopath Traveler is really that there's too many checklists to cross off and just go and do stuff. If that makes sense. There's been another game released recently by Square, where I saw, I think Jenna Bain play it for a little bit, and she really enjoyed her time with it, and I think it's one of those kinds of games that I would probably enjoy watching somebody play, but I'm not necessarily interested in playing it myself either, just because it feels like a lot more checklists. Unless it would introduce some kind of hyper challenging difficulty or something like that to keep me engaged. I think it would just be too many little things to do on the side, if you will. Darkest Files. I mean, it looks good. I know there's different endings in... Cave Story, that's the game. But I feel like Cave Story different endings are more of like entirely different playthroughs, aren't they? It's been a long time since I watched anything Cave Story related. Oh hey, These guys can break, so... I think my best option here is just equip Mango's break. And have everybody else be in the back row for these encounters. In fact, we might actually want to have a second Mystic Knight here. Just for knocking out these encounters here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we just get a reflex ring right there. But then again, it's not actually that useful when we have white mages. Legend of Legaia. That's an interesting one. So here's a fun little story. The reason why I know about Legend of Legaia is because one of my characters in Ragnarok Online, I just needed a random name for him, and I came up with an entirely random name that happened to be Legaia. And then in-game, at some point wandering around, somebody asked me, hey, have you played that game? Just like, wait, that's a game? And that's how I learned about Legaia. Then I think I watched a Let's Play of it at the time. Wow! So the reason why I'm not normally attacking with my frontline characters is because this guy has really good physical defense. Unless you crit. And yeah, even with the 2 crits right there, it's still more efficient to just break blade. Well, then I learned barehanded. Yeah, I think Legend of Legaia is just... I don't know. Not right now, it's a good suggestion. Too much into the RPG thing. I guess what I kind of realizing now is I suppose I'm looking for a challenge of sorts, if that makes sense. The other chest on the left there, by the way, contains a Drain Sword, which we cannot equip because it's a Knight exclusive sword. So Mystic Knight does not count as a Knight, so it can't equip it. Also, it would miss 75% of the time. It's not even that strong. The main interesting thing about it is it heals you for the same amount of damage you deal with it. But I believe you cannot magic sword it, so you can't put another element onto it. Plus, of course, a 75% chance to miss is just terrible. What about Cave Story finally? I could put Cave Story in there. I don't remember. You know what? Sure, why not? Cave Story is a good suggestion. The good old classic indie games. Have I played Crystal Project before? Oh boy. Let's see. Crystal Project. I currently have 1,237 hours in Crystal Project. Yes. It's a great suggestion though. Would you play Fear and Hunger? No. Like, the challenge I would be interested in, but it's a bit too morbid for my taste to play it myself. I'm fascinated to watch people play it and like have them dissect the story and stuff like that, but it's not something I'm interested in playing myself. The themes, in my opinion, are just too graphic for something that I would play myself. The difficulty, on the other hand, I would be interested in, if that makes sense. But yes, we have played Crystal Project. It's a great game. Alrighty, we'd like to get this chest here. Often it's guarded by a red dragon, and it is in this case. Hey, how nice. It's actually a preemptive strike, we get lucky. It is weak to Blizzara blades, or ice. But also, this thing, it does attack both physically and with magic. And it's magic, it's like it's struck, like atomic array. I think Lena and Ferris might just barely survive it. But with Shell we half the damage from atomic array, so she should be good on that side. Also, he had like, what, 7,500 HP? Oh, I have the wrong weapon equipped on that. Also, yes, they do hit like it's struck physically as well, so Protect is going to be helpful. Shell on you. I'm gonna prioritize Shell. That way we know everybody should survive atomic arrays, so that's good news. Let me equip the greatsword again. Good dodge. Lucky. Protect for you. Shell. Everybody has Shell now. Let's heal you. Twice. You played Crystal Project because of my recommendation. It's one of your favorite games now. Nice. Alright, much better damage. Also, for some reason, this guy is undead, so you can just Cura him as well to deal damage, or throw High Potions. High Potions are actually more damage, funnily enough. Aside from that, just punch. We could also use Image instead, or well, Blink, excuse me, in order to guarantee dodge physical attacks too. Which arguably in shorter battles is more worthwhile than using Protect. My brain's just still used to using Protect instead. I guess in part because Lena couldn't cast anything else, so there's that. Yes, I asked for a challenge and you thought of the meat grind that is Crystal Project. Yes. I love Chaos Mode. It's great. I still need to finish my video on the solo character challenge Chaos Mode, which might take a while. Mostly because I'm slow. Anyways, Gold Hairpin. This reduces MP cost by half. Which is great. Because healing a lot costs a lot of MP a lot. But because we functionally have 3 white mages in our team, I'd rather keep the defenses from the wizard hat right now. Blink would be good, on the white mages at least. I think Blink would just be superior to Protect in general. Because in order for Blink to be worse than Protect, the enemy needs to hit one specific character 3 times. I guess technically even then, they would need to attack that specific character 4 times to take the same damage, assuming we don't go down to a single physical attack. Bold of you to prioritize buffing over getting out of critical HP. It's fine. Alrighty, Well, at least one character is gonna die here. Probably 2. It'll be fine. And yes, Crystal Project 2 is going to be a thing. It's gonna be great. It looks great already. Alrighty, this is Atmos, almost 20,000, well, basically 20,000 HP, and it is permanently hasted, which means it gets about 3 turns for us getting 1 turn. It's absurdly fast. On top of that, one of its turns, it can cast Comet twice, each Comet having a chance to just one-shot one of my characters. So you can say that's pretty bad, if you are, I would argue. Anyways, however, the critical weakness of Atmos is that the big, gigantic antenna, for some reason, can be put to sleep. So, because Mystic Knight's attacks are guaranteed to land, what we can do is we can attack with 1 character, or 2, or 3, and then immediately put the thing back to sleep. And then we wait again, attack with our characters, and immediately put the thing back to sleep. Because regular physical attacks do wake up the thing, but at the same time, because we immediately put it back to sleep before it gets any turn whatsoever, we just dish out the damage without having to worry about its turns whatsoever. It also has no evasion, so I don't need to worry about missing that physical attack, which is nice. So, Comet damage can be reduced by Shell, so technically I could buff up. But the thing is, Atmos is not that dangerous in the grand scheme of things, because it only does like these ridiculous double turn comets when none of your characters are dead in your party. However, if at least one party member is dead on the floor, well, knocked out really, he will just prioritize pulling that character into its big mouth. And that takes, like, I don't know, 10-15 turns until the character is close enough for the big portal to absorb that character and remove them from battle. So even if I make a mistake and he gets a few turns in, worst case scenario, he knocks out 2 characters. And then he just starts absorbing them into its big open mouth again. But well, I'm not really gonna give him that opportunity now, do I? This is where it's a little bit awkward that Ferris is so much faster than everybody else, because I always have to skip 1 turn with her, so the others get to attack again. Save the frogs! Thank you. Redemption arc has just begun. I think without having Sleep Blade access here, we would be struggling a bit to deal enough damage before Atmos absorbs 1 character in its entirety. I think it would still be doable, especially if I actually were to use the Dancing Dagger, which is ostensibly the stronger weapon, because it has a chance to unleash the Sword Stance attack, dealing 4 times damage, which is, what, about 1,600 damage right now? So thank you for Yaga 4 years of streams. I appreciate that, thank you. Oh, there we go. If you have sleep, Outlaws is not a big deal. If you don't have sleep, and you don't have good damage, then it might get a bit sketchy. But it's kinda rare that you have so little damage output that this would be a particularly big concern. But it is possible. Specifically if you play solo character challenge run with the white mage, then you literally don't have enough DPS to knock out Atmos before it starts going absolutely ballistic on you. And goodbye, Zizat. We'll see you later again anyways, because they can just do that. Which is very convenient, but I'd like to add that they can influence events from the afterlife. Alrighty, so the current list for games that I would like to potentially play in the near future is Aquaria, Blueprints, Axiom Verge, Fez, and Cave Story. I have yet to look at Paradise Killer, but I'm not sure it's much of a stream game. I don't know yet. Then the other game to look at was... Where is it? Oh, did I click it away? Somebody else gave me another suggestion I want to take a look at. And I forgot what it was. Axiom Verge 2 is good as well. There's a 2 out now. I believe it. I feel like I would like to play them in order. But fair. You like the first one, you mean? That's very fair, right? Alrighty. We could go out of our way. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go above just in case I somehow get myself knocked out. And save before we move on. We could try to go for a few staves of light if we wanted to. We just don't really have a good way of dealing with the metamorphic enemies, unfortunately. Let me actually real quick scroll up. Somebody mentioned... another game I wanted to look at. But then I accidentally put it away. Should I put Dark Souls on the list? And or the Dark Souls series? I know it's not... well, I guess it's kind of mystery-ish. Exploration-y. Very cryptic. thing is, I have played Dark Souls before, it would just be a replay. But I've never really properly played like Dark Souls 3, if you will. Like I did one playthrough of it and that was it. So I'm not a newcomer to the series, if that makes sense. You love this part of the game's logic, like, hey, our friend is dead, we're just gonna steal his submarine. I mean, yeah, who else is gonna use it? Because we have use for it right now, right? Kinda makes sense. Elden Ring? I have played through Elden Ring 2. I've not played Lies of P. That's a fair suggestion. I've heard good things about that one. You tried farming for Steves of Light and got 0 of them after several hours of long attempt. That 1 in 16 chance is painful. Yeah. Like, I occasionally go for them if I have a good way of dealing with the metamorph enemies here. But because they have 7000 HP, they can be a bit tricky to take down. They have a weakness to wind, but only the Mystic Knight can actually equip the wind dagger, if I wanted to use it. On the bright side, we could Berserk them, we can go into more and buy the Berserk spell for White Mage, so they wouldn't be able to transform. And also we could technically Berserk our own Mystic Knights to deal more damage too. So it wouldn't be the worst to take them down. But I also don't feel like I need it, if that makes sense. I genuinely think with White Mage as a support, we should be good to go. Could play Stranger of Paradise. Right, I think that's the one, wasn't it? Stranger of Paradise. Was it the one? Oh wait, that's the fan. No, that's not the thing that somebody else suggested. I know nothing about it. Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin. Is this like a Final Fantasy 1 thing in the style of the Final Fantasy 7 remake thing? Crazy Hyper Dungeon Chronicles, there we go, that's the one. Thank you. Probably. I think that's the one that I wanted to take a look. Yes, okay. Thank you. I accidentally closed that tab earlier. Mostly because I kind of, what's the word? Compulsively just close tabs that I don't need anymore, so it stays more organized. It's a Final Fantasy side story, Souls-like. It's complicated. They shot Garland a lot. Okay. Yeah. I'm mostly thinking Dark Souls because, I don't know, I feel like playing a game that is challenging mechanically, I guess. It's more a Neon or Neo-like. Let's explore, more fight, yeah. Neo isn't quite up my alley because I don't care for randomized loot and continuously opening my inventory to compare whether I want to use something else or not. What about Nier? I don't know. I do think it is fair to say that Nier at times seems to be challenging. But I have to admit, I'm not interested in playing it myself, purely based on the setting of the game. Plus, I've already watched a bunch of video essays on it, so I'm not entirely sure how interesting I could make it to play through it myself. I know Nier is very fascinating, and it's a fascinating game to talk about. I'm not sure how interesting I could make it to play it, if that makes sense. Have you played Final Fantasy 1? Yes, I've played Final Fantasy 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... like a few hours of 11, and a bunch of days of 14. That's it. Final Fantasy 1 doesn't have that much plot to know about. I mean, kind of the general sequence of the game is what I assume would be relevant there. Welcome to Moor. We get a second mango share. Although unless we grab a second Mystic Knight, we can't even equip that one. But we do get new spells. Both for our White Mage and Mystic Knight. So we get Cure God. This is a significantly more powerful healing spell. Plus, if you single target it, it's a guaranteed full heal on one character. We get Reflect. It reflects spells. It is actually only temporary, unlike most other buffs. This one lasts for like 2.5 turns or 3 turns of one character. But it still can be extremely useful. And we have Berserk. If you Berserk an enemy, all they ever do is physically attack. They completely ignore every other part of the script. Berserk also increases the attack power by 50% of what you currently have, so Berserking your own character can be useful. Then we have Black Magic, Fire Gun, Blazer Gun, Thunder Gun. So these deal 4 times damage if the enemy is weak to it. Also notably, if the enemy is weak to it and not flagged as heavy in the code, it is actually guaranteed one shot on an enemy that has an elemental weakness of that kind. But if they're not immune to petrification, there's not really much of a reason to use that instead. Slide by 2 air knives because that's as many as we can possibly use anyways. And sometimes these come in handy. They are good daggers. Decently strong. Then we can also get an armor upgrade for our White Mages. Let's actually sell some stuff. I'm actually going to use a Reflex Ring. I think the answer is probably no. I'm going to use a gold hairpin. Maybe. The main problem about the Reflect Ring is I can't multi-target my own group for healing without healing an enemy as well. Which is just inconvenient. If we need more, we can eventually get them later anyways. But I wouldn't be using it against XDF anyways, and it's a lot of money that we can get. Mostly because I would like to buy Luminous Robes and Sage's Mitre for defense upgrades for our White Mages, since they are sticking around in the front line the entire time anyways. Might as well give them better defenses. Plus they also increase their magic power, so they heal for more if necessary. Sell the Wizard's Hut and sell the Gaia gear. Unless you're fighting undead, yes, I suppose. We already have Drain from the previous magic shop, which is why I didn't mention it this time around. Honestly, this is kind of fascinating. Normally, Mystic Knight's sword abilities would kind of take over our strategies here. But because we can literally only use 2 at maximum, 2 Mystic Knights for that purpose, it's not nearly as useful as it normally would be. That is so interesting. Mystic is the only class that gets double use from the Fork Tower reward, right? I suppose you could say that, yes. A fair assessment. I could also fight some things here, but because my strategy is not going to change whether I fight stuff here or later, I'm not sure how interesting that would be. Like, it's just gonna be Breakblade and probably wait with everybody else. Although the more enemies there are, the less useful that strategy becomes. In fact, we might actually be hunting some blue dragons for once. There are a couple of nice items in that tower, like Defender. Yes, Defender Sword is great, if you can equip it. But it's kind of the catch, it's a Knight Sword. Also, sorry, I'm not mentioning the other chests, because I don't remember exactly what is in them, but most of the time that's not interesting. We do, however, get technically an upgrade to our White Mage's weapons. The Morning Star. Did you know that you can double grip a Morning Star or two-hand it? Because it's functionally an axe-type weapon. Alrighty, do we want a flame shield or do we want an ice shield? An Aegis shield, excuse me. Aegis is more universally useful. And I guess we are going to get an ice shield soon after. But Mimic can equip shields, right? And I think I would want to have 2 flame shields to take down Omega with. Yeah, I think I'm grabbing the flame shields instead of the Aegis shield. You almost always pick Aegis chance to block things like Ned's ultimate swings. That's fair. You also never do Omega or Shinju anymore though. Yeah, I'm also thinking about if we want to tackle Omega, the flame shields are great to have. Mr. Moogle, please let me through. If the Moogle tries to go up, it can't because, well, that path is blocked. So this chest contains the Aegis shield beforehand, but it's a flame shield now. 40% chance to block physical attacks, which is great. It's a huge upgrade over our gold shield. Fairy still doesn't have a second access or an accessory. I don't know why I picked up that chest. Also, another really good sword here. This is the Flame Tongue sword. Unfortunately, we cannot use it. It's a knight sword. And we don't get to play with the fun toys. Alright, in with this. How do we want to tackle the Seal Guardians? I figured shell would be sufficient for basically everything here. We do not have a way to blind them. Trying to think whether it's worthwhile to turn a character into a Mystic Knight here. Finally, get to catch words to you. Welcome to you, 10 times power. Hope you're doing well. I think it'll be fine. Thanks to Shell and Kuraga, we should be able to heal through literally all of the crystal's attacks. You always caught your end of each run so far. That's an impressive track record to always chime in at that time. You've noticed that Moogle almost always does a right to the left movement. It doesn't seem to pick down much at all. That's very possible, isn't it? It might actually be stuck vertically, now that you mention it. But I think it depends on the version too, probably. I actually don't know. I guess the nice thing about using Mystic Knights here would be that I could make them use Drain Blade for healing. But then again, I would Kuraga the entire group anyway, so I don't think it matters. Alright, we start out in the back row with everybody. Because these these crystals hit decently hard with physical attacks. Also a big reason as to why I wanted to upgrade the armor on our white mages. Anyways, welcome to the Seal Guardians. This is a major stumbling block for a lot of Forge of Fiesta parties, if you don't have a good way of dealing with them. In this case, we have white mage to just power through the damage they do. So that's exactly what I plan on doing. So, we can use one spell blade here that's relevant, and that is Drain. Drain Spellblade heals us for the same amount of damage that we deal. Then, I think we're just gonna protect everybody, so we take half the damage from their physical attacks. Don't ask me why I'm protecting in this weird order. I don't have a particular reason for it. Also, maybe I think maybe we want to use Dancing Dagger on Ferris for the occasional chance of greatness. Dancing Dagger has less base attack power than the other weapons we have with the Big Sword or other stuff. So I think that's all we can do for preparation, right? So let's move to the front row. So all of these things do is literally just physically attack for the most part. However, they do have 7,777 HP each, and once they drop below 3,000 HP remaining, then they will unleash their rather extremely powerful multi-target attacks. So we actually still want to cast Shell before we're done buffing, I suppose, and start damaging the front one. Shell reduces magic damage received by half. Also halves the chance to hit spells, but they don't have any chance to hit spells anyways. Shell number 2. As you can see, even with Protect and buying armor, they still hit decently hard. Probably should heal sometime. This is where Kuraga comes in quite handy. Because it's just basically a full heal on everybody whenever we cast it. Shell number 3. And then one more. So yeah, once these things drop below 3000 HP remaining, that is when they unleash hell upon your party. And they deal about anywhere from 400 from the Wind Crystal to up to 600-700 damage with the Fire Crystal damage to your entire party in one spell attack. So they are extremely strong. Which is also why I'm saying you kind of need to have a solution for these guys with a lot of 4-drop Fiesta parties. Because we have White Mage halving the magic damage received and have the capability of just straight up healing through their attacks on top of it with Kyuraga, we are probably just fine. I'm not even counting damage. Normally the strategy would entail something along the lines of trying to burst them from above 3000 HP remaining just to 0 by way of, let's say, using the monk's double damage ability or something like that. Normally the ability to deal double damage after you spend one turn charging up on the monk is kind of silly, because if you deal double damage, you could just, you know, attack twice to deal double damage too. But in this case, because you may want to specifically go and burst down these crystals from above the thresholds to below, it can still be very useful. I think notably all of these crystals, except for maybe the fire crystal, they are faster if I'm not mistaken. I might actually want to cast Blink on my white mages here, because we are still taking a lot of damage. And if we get a few lucky hits on one character after we get hit by a spell, they might actually go down. Funnily enough, we don't necessarily want to blink on Lena, because she can counterattack for a little bit of extra damage here too. But yeah, I have plenty of time to just heal through. We might need to use an elixir or two in order to recover MP, so we can continue healing through, but it's probably gonna be fine. And there we go, 1 crystal down, 3 to go. And the same song and dance repeats for all of them. If you have a time mage, you can float and knock out the bottom crystal first maybe, because this one is gonna attack with Earthshaker, and that is not particularly dangerous. When you're floating, because it literally deals 0 damage. The crystals don't have weaknesses, right? Just absorbs? Yes. They also have immune... Yeah, Valfon just said that. They have a variety of immunities to elements. Mostly just fire works on all of them except the fire crystal itself for dealing damage to them. If you have a black mage. I think water also works if you want to throw water scrolls at them. Although, funnily enough, the Aquaric crystal does absorb water as healing. Tempting Tango tries to confuse an enemy, but, well, these things are immune to confusion. They're not flagged as heavy in the code, so time magic shenanigans actually work pretty well against them. Nice crits. If you recall, Geomancer does decent here as well. Geomancer can blind these crystals with the Leaf Swirl, although apparently it is considered to be wind damage, so the left crystal will heal from it, but blinding these things, reducing their physical damage output is really nice. Maybe this would have been a battle where we might want to use the gold hairpin for a bit of longevity on our white mage's MP. Also, I thought that crystal on the left would be still considered to be in the back row. Apparently not. Interesting. So I'm just gonna go for consistent damage instead of the chance to sword stance. We actually do survive another one of these. I just realized. Earthshaker isn't that strong. And then it was just 2. The top crystal is the fire crystal. It does hit the hardest, but it is also the slowest crystal of the bunch, so it doesn't get to attack as frequently. But it's also out of MP. Did I put on shell? Yes. This is why we can easily heal through things. Otherwise it would be more than double the damage of what we currently take. Now, interestingly enough, because Ferris has the flame shield equipped, she is actually gonna get healed by the fire crystal instead. So, in case I mess up royally, Ferris will still be able to knock out the fire crystal, and then we can revive everybody. But it should be fine. I don't think we take more than 400 damage from one fire gun. Yeah, it's about 400 actually on some attacks. Okay, you don't have enough MP, so you just attack. Pretty sure Galef has enough for one more Kyuraga spellcast, but then we actually probably have to use an elixir anyways. 27, yeah, we need to use an elixir next to heal up. In fact, I'm not gonna get. I should have elixir Galef. I guess I'm still gonna elixir Galef. Or maybe... You know what? Cura might actually just get us out of range, where Butch is gonna get another turn to heal just in time. Oh. Well, we didn't need that extra turn. And then there's just Wind. Wind deals by far the least damage of the bunch. Well, at least if you're not a solo character, because this thing has an attack that has both multi-target and single target. It is scaled for it to deal about 400 damage to your entire party. But if you multi-target a single target, it would be double that. And because it's really fast, it can actually get 2 turns for you getting 1 sometimes. Making that a little bit of a sketchy proposition. If you reflect the spells the enemies throw at you, then, well, they heal from the elements that they throw at you normally, so it's not technically all that great of a solution. And there's Eroga. Yeah, everybody survives one more of these, so we're good to go. And because we have consistently decent damage output, I don't think this is gonna be a problem. Although, maybe it is a problem. Because I only just now realized Butch is not gonna get another turn here. I think Lena might go down here. Whoops. Yeah. Amadingus. Pinner! Well, I did. I'm pretty sure Ferris could finish this off by herself, if absolutely necessary though. Yeah, it's fine. It's just a few ability points lost. Bum, 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 bum. I love the little step up there X-Dev does right there. Just to go and look, wait, did the old guy actually do that? And apparently yes, he did. Alrighty. Welcome to the X-Dev boss battle. Oh, not enough MP in here. That would be a shame if we didn't give you MP to work with. So Galef cannot lose this battle. Unless you use a Phoenix on him while he's wearing a bone mail, or you self-destruct from the blue mage, or the other equivalent from the blue mage. The thing is, a lot of the X-Dev's abilities here can be reflected, so I'm gonna let him just hit himself a lot. You need to deal 7,500 damage in order to advance the plot here a little bit forward. So we could just have Galef continuously attack, but I'm pretty sure he has a decent chance to keep throwing spells at us. Although because it's mostly a cutscene battle, I don't necessarily want to use an elixir to recover his MP back to full. Graviga, he is heavy, so that doesn't work reflected, unfortunately. He should get another turn before I get mine, so that reflex should still be there. No, it's not, unfortunately. Oh, you could use another ether. Does he do 2 physical attacks and then cast a spell now? Is this his pattern? 1 physical. Two physical. I have to admit I've never paid attention to his pattern, because for the most part it doesn't really matter. Yeah, 2 physical attacks and then a spell. Then they punch in some more. Take this! Vacuum wave! Rude. Now I'll show you my true power. Prepare yourself for the afterlife. Flare! It's always fun when you can reflect those. Holy! And Meteor. Unfortunately you cannot reflect Meteor. And yeah, anywhere between like 1,600 or 2,400 damage. Or something like that with Meteor is the damage range. Why won't you die? Goodbye, Galef. Until we meet again later in the game. Galef puts in all that work and we can't even notice a tiny splinter. I mean, we did notice the splinter. We just didn't know the significance of it. Galef's flame has flickered out. You think it was only this year that you learned the splitter goes in your key and items in the inventory? Yes, I think it was for me as well. You like that they acknowledge that healing and resurrection spells like Titan exist as well, but don't work here? Yeah. It's actually quite... I agree. It feels like that's a little bit missing in some of the games sometimes, where... Well, we have a revive spell, why are you not using it? Well, they tried. But... It is a different kind of getting knocked out than... that... Alrighty, I was considering maybe just doing the entirety of World 2 still today, but I think this might be it for me for today. Unfortunately, I didn't get a whole lot of sleep for a variety of reasons. So I'm just gonna take it easy for now. Next time, we're gonna complete World 2, probably without too much trouble. And worst case scenario, we could just grind inside Exdeath Castle anyways with this team. Should be reasonably doable. And that'll be that. World 2, then World 3. Probably knock out Omega, get our mime, so we can actually use it. And finish the game at... Well, I guess we don't even need to be that low of a level, because we can just go for a bunch of Iron Giant encounters to get a ton of experience. So at least for now, Trial, you're gonna be White Mage with bare-handed abilities. Morningstar. No, unequipped. And then we'll figure out what we'll be doing next time like that. Once again, if you still have suggestions for what games I should play in the near future, exploration, mystery focused, I guess that's kind of what I'm looking for currently. Feel free to let me know, either in Discord or maybe in the comment section or wherever you find them. And, well, thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time. Thank you and good night. You explore Might and Magic. Yes, it's true. Maybe I should put Might and Magic, the Zine Saga, onto the list. Sure, why not? Good night.